Good evening, supervisors. Good evening, staff. Good evening, Loudon. I'd like to call to order the June 7th, 2022 Loudon County Board of Supervisors business meeting. This room has a hearing loop. If you need assistance, please switch your hearing aid to your telecall mode. If you need a headset, we have those available as well. Please see the clerk to request one. Supervisor Turner, would you like to lead us in any words of inspiration and then the Pledge of Allegiance?
You caught me off guard.
I'm
Madam
sorry.
Chair. I have no words of inspiration, though you can look forward to my 5 minutes. I'm sure that'll be inspirational. But
Okay.
so
Would you listen
please
to
join me.
pledge?
Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, supervisors, I'm going to take a point of personal privilege for a second. I put it out to the whole county and everybody in the world that I had COVID, and I'm thankfully testing negative. Unlike almost everyone that I've heard from who was vaccinated and boosted, my symptoms were not mild. I did not have a mild course of COVID. It wasn't like a cold or something. I was terribly, terribly, terribly sick. I said only half jokingly, were I not vaxxed and boosted, I don't think you guys would be seeing me. I think you'd be viewing me. That's how sick I was for a couple days. I said all that to say that I am negative. I've taken 3 tests, but I still feel not great. And I'm still really kind of way more out of breath, which is surprising because I consider myself in pretty good condition. I work out on a regular basis, and so I'm kind of out of breath. And I didn't believe that the brain fog thing was real because, that don't sound real, right? I didn't believe it was real. And of course, even if it's real, it would never get me because, really, that doesn't happen to me. But so real. And so I'm going to get through as much of this meeting as I can. It's possible that won't be the whole meeting. I've already asked Mr. Turner when we get to the section on the TLUC section, which is the last section, I'm going to ask Mr. Turner to take the meeting if I am still here. So I'm putting Mr. Turner, Mr. Sains, yeah, right, on notice that I may not make it through the whole meeting. I will get through as much as I can. And hopefully the residual effects of COVID won't last too much longer. And I will say one more time, everyone get your vaccination and get boosted because, whoo, baby, that is not fun. So thank you for letting me take that little moment. Okay, the consent agenda is as follows. Resolution R1, resolution congratulating Kaylee Harthoth and being crowned Miss Virginia USA. It is for approval only. R3, proclamation declaring Loudon County a stroke smart county is for approval and presentation. R4, resolution recognizing the second Sunday of June as the day of racial amity and reconciliation. That's for approval only. R5, proclamation to recognize June 2022 is Homeowner Membership Month. That's for approval only. R6, resolution of appreciation for the Cool Springs Elementary School Parent Teacher Association. That's for approval and presentation. R7, proclamation to recognize the Loudon Young Entrepreneurs Academy class of 2022 for approval and presentation. R8, proclamation declaring Loudon County Foster Parents of the Year. That's for approval and presentation. And I should have said who will be joining me for these things. I'm so sorry. I'll go back and do that when the time comes. I1 is the Planning Commission 2020-2021 annual report. The Planning Commission chair, Mr. Hayes, couldn't be with us this evening, and we have it in our package, and the staff has said if we want to call them with any questions, we certainly can, but that is on consent. Item 1A, appointments and confirmations. Item 2, administrative item report of June 7, 2022. Item 3, amendments to Chapter 207 of the Codified Ordinance of the Loudon County Election District. Item 5, Broad Run Toll House Stewardship Management Plan. Item 6, response to board member initiative, Luckett's Volunteer Fire Department, wastewater alternatives. Item 7, request to initiate boundary line agreement between the town of Round Hill and Loudoun County. Item 8, Temple Baptist Church Athletic Field Lighting Proffer Amendment Public Hearing Waiver and Fee Reduction. Is there a motion for the consent agenda? Moved by Supervisor Umstead. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Supervisor Glass. A discussion on the consent agenda. Ms. Glass?
Thank you, Madam Chair. On the consent agenda are several items that I want to highlight for broad run. The first is resolution congratulating Kaylee Horvath on being crowned Miss Virginia USA 2022. Kaylee is a Broad Run District resident and native, having graduated from Broad Run High School in 2017. She is also a volunteer EMT and firefighter with Ashburn Fire and studying to be a nurse. Due to Kaylee's busy schedule, she was unable to attend tonight for a presentation, but I will be meeting with her after today to present the resolution to her. I want Kaylee to know that Loudon is very proud of her and wishes her well as she competes for the Miss USA 2022 crown later this year. Also on the consent agenda is the stewardship management plan for the historic Broad Run Toll House. The plan was carefully developed by county staff and the Heritage Commission to help better understand and plan to showcase the history of this important structure in Ashburn and Broad Run. The toll house was integral in supporting Loudon's history of transportation infrastructure, and I'm excited that we're moving forward with the process of utilizing the building as a trailhead for all county residents to enjoy and interpret. I will continue to monitor and work on the stewardship of this building and its preservation for the community. Lastly, I want to mention the new election district maps that we are passing on consent. I think it's a huge testament to the work that went into the redistricting process and the community input that shows we can approve these new maps in a unanimous vote. As I have said before, I believe these maps will serve Loudon well for the next decades, and thank everyone who participated in the process and staff for their their hard work. Those are my comments, Ms. Randall. Or Chair
Thank
Randall,
you.
sorry.
Mr. Kirshner.
Thank you, Chair Randall. I remembered your name. I just wanted to highlight the Luckett's Volunteer Fire Department wastewater alternatives. Thank you for the board for putting this on consent and supporting it. This is actually really, really important for the Volunteer Fire Department. Essentially, it is authorizing our staff to go and look at the likelihood and probability of creating a sewer water type district for several properties are already being served up there, but will ultimately allow the local volunteer fire department, which was previously used as the primary fire department, but now is kind of obsolete in the sense that we have a new fire station in Luck. It's a beautiful fire station if you have an opportunity to go look at it. But now that kind of puts them out. And before, the school board was providing them sewer and water and no longer can do that legally unless we take certain steps. This will allow those steps to be taken and ultimately allow the local volunteer firefighters, Mr. Gant and those who are in charge up there, to continue to allow this building to thrive, provide sewer and water to this particular site, and also ultimately be used for the community. So I'm excited about that. We've been working really hard on this for, about probably a year, and I think we found a solution, and hopefully the staff will bring us something back that we can vote on and ultimately approve. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And Mr. Kirshner, thank you for taking my phone call yesterday. I really appreciate having the discussion about this item so that it could go
While
on.
at the beauty parlor. And
Well, that's
you talked.
really. Listen. Does this need a beauty parlor? Really?
I said you didn't need it.
I actually want to highlight the fact that this is Home Ownership Month. I talk about this all the time in Loudoun County. We've done a lot of work, and we should, on available and affordable, attainable home rentals. But we really need to do more work on attainable, available, affordable homes to purchase. I found out recently something that was just shocking, and that is that if you are renting a home or renting an apartment and you pay your rent every month on time for 20 years, that never gets reported to the credit bureau. It only gets reported if you miss a rent. And so your renting can only damage your credit. It can never help your credit, which I think is terrible, which means when you go to buy a home, you can have years of paying your rent and it would never show up on your credit. Home ownership is the way to move people out of generational poverty and into generational wealth. It is so very important. We are doing a lot in the county. We, for the first time, have the dedicated source of revenue going to the Housing Trust Fund and other housing programs. And we're doing a lot in the county for this goal. We actually have a staff that's the housing staff that wasn't here some years ago, and they do incredible work. And home ownership is just incredibly important. And I want to just take a second because we're not going to do the proclamation here. I'm going to take it to the staff that is our housing staff and do it at that location. So that's it. One other thing, Mr. Buffington and Mr. Letourneau are both on their way. They're running late, but they both have said they will be here. All right. Consent agenda, motion was made by Supervisor Umstead, second by Supervisor Glass. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? That motion will pass 7-0-2. All right, Supervisors, I have one deletion to the agenda. Actually, it's a deferment. I'm going to defer item number 10, the endorsement of request to designate Oak Hill as a National Historic Site. That letter, I'm going to defer that to the next meeting on June 21st. So that's the only thing I have as addition or deletion. Does anybody else have anything as addition or deletion? Seeing none, let's go to regional meetings. If you have attended a regional meeting, please put your light on. Ms. Brixman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I attended the Northern Virginia Regional Commission, and we talked about the donations that were sent to Ukraine from our partners, and I sent some pictures around to the board today, and I'll be including it in my newsletter and on social media. On May 20th, I attended the COG Equity Learning Series, super informational, and our next session is June 17th. I highly recommend it if any of my colleagues would want to go. I attended the NACO Health Policy Steering Committee meeting. We discussed the toolkit for the 988 National Suicide Prevention Lifeline from NACO, which I forwarded to county staff. And we also received a briefing on the Familiar Faces Initiative, which I found very interesting. NACO relaunched the Data-Driven Justice as the Familiar Faces Initiative, improving outcomes through coordinated health and justice systems. The Familiar Faces Initiative will support and empower communities to share data between health and justice systems and coordinate care options for individuals with complex health and behavioral conditions who frequently cycle through jails, homeless shelters, emergency departments, and other crisis services in our jurisdictions. Data sharing allows communities to identify people who need help and connect them to the right services and address underlying issues to break the cycle of incarceration and crisis. We also discussed the 2022 Health Steering Committee policy resolutions that the committee will present for consideration by the full NACO board and membership in July at the annual conference in Colorado. I offered to co-sponsor the policy resolution on reproductive health care, so I'll be excited to lobby for that particular initiative in Colorado. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Anybody else? Mr. Turner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I attended the monthly Northern Virginia Transportation Commission meeting this last week. And the one item of note was that the Department of Rail and Public Transportation finally, after 5 years of effort, approved a $140 million bond, which was backed by NVTC and the Prince William Rappahannock Transportation Commission. And this funding, this bond issuance, will fund expanded rail projects all over the Commonwealth. Most importantly, it'll fund the construction of the Long Bridge across the Potomac. The Long Bridge is an upgraded rail bridge across the Potomac. That rail bridge that's in existence right now is a major impediment to the movement of rail across the Potomac River, and this has been needed, badly needed, for a very long time. So this took 5 years to get this bond issuance approved, and everybody was pretty excited about it. That's it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, sir. Okay, yesterday I did the regional mayors and chairs meeting. The General Assembly is supposed to go back on June 17th to get the budget. We don't have a budget yet in the state of Virginia. So they're supposed to go back to June 17th to complete the budget. We did get a very in-depth update from VACO, the Virginia Association of Counties, on all the pertinent information that will be in the budget and the things that the General Assembly has, we believe, completed. However, all the things we received an update for, they had not been signed into law by the governor yet. So I thought instead of doing a whole report right now, I would just wait until we actually got signed, and then I'll do it next time, because no need to do it all and then have to go back and do it all again. Also, Mr. Kirshner and I had the opportunity to talk to two high-level staff from Montgomery County. During that discussion, I did ask them would they be interested in having a discussion about a bridge crossing. You never miss that opportunity, and it was, I think the exact words were something like, "And what else do you want for Christmas?" So, and it wasn't. He actually said it's not even about the counties. It's a policy at the state level that there will not be a bridge crossing. So we will never stop asking, but that position in Maryland side has actually hardened. If anything, it's hardened. So just giving you all that update. Okay, my voice for a cause today is Equality Loudon. Equality Loudon is a nonprofit organization that advocates, educates, defends, and builds communities to support the LGBTQ plus community in Loudon County. Equality Loudon envisions an inclusive community where LGBTQ plus people and other marginalized groups are fully embraced by active allies and can live safely and openly. Today with us we have Chris Candace, who's the president, Samantha Clark, who's the vice president, and our very own Nick Gothard, who everyone knows and we're all very fond of. So, a couple of questions. How long has Equality Loudon served the Loudon County community?
So Loudon County was founded in 2003 originally as a grassroots activist organization with about 5 members. And over the last 19 years, we have grown. Last year, we were officially incorporated and received our nonprofit status in the first try, which was phenomenal. And in the last year, we have grown with over a dozen programs to serve the community.
Wow. And share some of those initiatives that you're doing right now.
I'll let Sam take that one.
Thank you so much. So our existing initiatives are the Equality in Education Program, the Legal Defense Fund, and our educational workshops. The Equality in Education Program and the grants support scholarships that we have given out to parent-teacher organizations and gay-straight alliances and to graduating seniors here in Loudoun County Public Schools. For the Legal Defense Fund, we plan to help with cases like we've seen in the last 6 months here in Loudoun County, which include parents having to fight discriminatory and sometimes abusive practices in child custody and family law cases here in the county, and helping individuals out of abusive marriages. And lastly, for the educational workshops that we provide through Equality Loudon, we provide firsthand knowledge of LGBTQ issues that help prepare teachers, doctors, parents, nonprofit professionals, and business owners, and the community at large to better understand LGBTQ plus issues and the impact of discrimination and the importance of providing accepting and affirming environments to all spaces here in Loudoun County.
Wonderful. What are the current needs of the organization?
So this year we are working on organizing to better improve the programs that we have, as well as add new programs that will better serve everyone. So right now we are looking primarily for partnerships, whether it's with individuals or businesses, to better fund these programs, provide better resources to individuals throughout the community. We're also looking for wonderful volunteers to help lead these various initiatives. So there are lots of ways to get involved right now.
Wonderful. And tell us about your upcoming events.
So I laugh because it is literally about 98% of my time right now. We are working on Loudon Pride, the Loudon Pride Festival, which is the first Loudon Pride event in Loudon's history that is available to the public. It is a 7-hour music festival that is going to include award-winning artists from across the region. It is going to include over 100 businesses, sponsors, vendors, and nonprofit organizations, 15 different food vendors, 5 wonderful alcohol vendors, a ton of wonderful public speakers, including many of yourselves, and the former Assistant Secretary of Defense, who helped pioneer gay and trans policies for the military. And it is just going to be a wonderful day full of affirmation and acceptance for everyone who has been looking for it for so long.
So, Chris, I noticed you said you're going to have 15 food vendors, and you said 5 wonderful alcohol vendors.
Oh, no, the food's amazing, too. I'm sorry. Everyone who is coming to see
That was wonderful.
wonderful.
Okay, good answer. And lastly, how does the public contact you?
I'll let that up to Nick.
You can contact us by going to our website, eqloco.com, eqloco.com, or you can follow us on pretty much every social media platform that we've got out there. Thank you.
So I read a stat the other day that said 50% of LGBTQ or trans young people have thought about or attempted suicide. So what you all are doing is literally saving lives. So I appreciate you very much. Thank you for coming this evening.
Thank you so much for having us. Thank you all.
Mr. Hemstreet, do you have any comments this evening?
Thank you, Chair Randall. I have 4 comments for this evening. The first is that since the board's most recent business meeting, the county has received very good financial news. In addition to having our AAA bond rating reaffirmed by the nation's top bond rating agencies, the county has sold general obligation bonds at a favorable interest rate and will use the proceeds for a variety of general government and school capital projects. In addition, the county sold tax-exempt public facility revenue bonds to the Economic Development Authority, and proceeds from that sale also will be used for county and school capital projects. Second, with hurricane season upon us, Loudon's emergency management officials encourage everyone to be prepared for hurricanes and tropical storms that could affect Loudon County. Although hurricanes thrive in the ocean, they can also have disastrous effects hundreds of miles inland, including extensive flooding, damaging winds, and even tornadoes. Forecasters are expecting or predicting an above normal Atlantic hurricane season for 2022, which goes through November 30th. More information on how to prepare for a storm can be found at loudon.gov/hurricane. Third, the Department of Mental Health, Substance Abuse, and Developmental Services has resumed same-day access services in person. This is in addition to the telehealth services that have been available since the beginning of the COVID-19 pandemic. These services include screening for eligibility and assessment for a behavioral health outpatient. Same-day access allows a person who calls or appears at a clinic during its hours of operation to be assessed that same day instead of having to wait for an appointment. And then finally, the Loudon County Public Library is getting ready to launch its annual summer reading program. This year's theme is Tales and Trails. Readers of all ages will be able to create an online account at library.loudon.gov, which will enable them to track their progress as they read books, complete challenges, attend programs, and explore the community. The program begins on June 16th. Those are my comments this evening, Madam Chair.
Thank you. So, supervisors, although we're not doing the, there is not a plan to present the LGBTQ resolution today. It will be presented at the Pride event. We still have to vote to have it because it was pulled off consent. And so before we go into the rest of our resolutions, what we can do is go on and do that vote right now. What we can do is just go straight to a motion on the item, and then take the vote, and then it will be presented at the Pride Month event, and then we will do the rest of our proclamations that we're going to do in person. The first one is our Stroke Smart County resolution. If Mr. Sames will join me down front for that one. Ms. Umstead has a elementary resolution for Cool Springs Elementary School. I will join her down front for that. Proclamation recognizing the Loudon Young Entrepreneurs Academy of 2022. Ms. Umstead, if you could just stay down front, you and I can do that one together, and because you are chair of finance. And then declaring the foster parents of the year, Richard and Ashley Harper. If Miss Brixman and Miss Umstead will join me downstairs. No, not downstairs. She's down front for that proclamation when we get there. But let's go on and do get the Pride Proclamation vote out of the way so we can have that finished. So who is making that motion? Ms. Glass, would you like to make that motion?
Thank you, Madam Chair, yes. I move that the Board of Supervisors approve the proclamation provided as Attachment 1 to the June 7th, 2022 Board of Supervisors Business Meeting Action Item recognizing June 2022 as Pride Month in Loudoun County.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded by Supervisor Brixman. Discussion on the motion. Ms. Glass?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I'm disappointed that this proclamation has, for another year, been pulled from the consent agenda. There's never been an issue with the Black History Month proclamation, Women's History Month proclamation, the AAPI Heritage Month proclamation, or any other general group proclamation. So I'm always perplexed as to why recognizing the LGBTQ plus community is somehow a problem. Especially this last year, the LGBTQ community has been continually attacked. Transgender people were used as scapegoats and scare tactics for a tragic event that occurred in a Broad Run District school, with the transgender aspect later turning out to be fabricated piece of information. I have also continually seen gay literature skewed as evil books that must be banned. Last Sunday, I attended, well, I didn't attend virtually. I attended a church service. I'm a person of faith. And last Sunday, we celebrated Pentecost. And the pastor was Dr. Luke Powery from Duke Divinity. And what he said, God functions with conjunction and, A-N-D, meaning he includes everyone. There are gay, lesbian, transgender, queer, questioning, intersex, asexual, pansexual plus people all around our county, contributing every day to its functioning, culture, commerce, and sense of place. Our county has members of the LGBTQ community in it. It always has and it always will. Being gay is not a new phenomenon, and being gay is not a problem. I wish that all my colleagues would support this proclamation. Thank you.
Thank you. You know what, Supervisor, I'm sorry, I was not looking up to see whose lights came on first, and I'm usually pretty good about that. I apologize. So I'm just going to go down the line and go to Mr. Kirshner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Obviously, it should be no surprise to the supervisors here on this dais that this gets pulled from the consent agenda. It has been every year that I've been here. Again, I don't believe these resolutions are generally appropriate because our rules are very, very clear. Controversial resolutions, and everyone's going to argue this isn't controversial, but I think if you did a poll in Loudoun County and throughout America and even throughout the world in many places, it would be a controversial resolution. And so I cannot support it. One, it is a violation of rules, but it goes even deeper than that. I do believe, Supervisor Glass mentioned books in our school. Well, and I think what we're trying, in many ways, I think the books in our schools, resolutions that are adopted by governing bodies like this, are really twofold. And one is, of course, to normalize certain sexual activity that many people don't agree with. And that makes it in and of itself controversial. Listen, this is America. You get to live the way you want to. You get to be with who you want to. You get to, and for most part, get to do what you want to. But that doesn't mean that this body, it's appropriate for this body to put forward resolutions that are highly controversial to many, many people. I will tell you it is controversial to many synagogues, churches, mosques, other people throughout this county, and so I don't think it appropriate for us to put forward this resolution. The second thing is I think adopting a resolution, when I think of it that way and adopting a resolution similar to this, what we are simply doing is it is kind of a signal to certain special interest groups because we want votes. That's the bottom line.
And I think that is part of it. Listen, the gay, lesbian community play a very vital part in America. They truly do. And quite frankly, they should not be treated any different than anybody else. And so I take kind of special interest, for lack of a better term, in resolutions like this. They bother me because I know it's highly controversial for many people. Our rules specifically say we should not put forward controversial resolutions like this. And I don't believe this board is the proper place. So that's why I pulled this from consent, and I do not support it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Kirschner. Ms. Brixman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. An alarming result from an advocacy organization, GLAD poll, shows that LGBTQ people say they've experienced discrimination at higher levels in 2021 than the previous year, with 6 in 10 LGBTQ respondents reporting discrimination based on sexual orientation or gender identity. 86% of LGBTQI youth report they have been targets of bullying, harassment, or assault at school, but God forbid we teach tolerance in our schools. A recent Trevor Project survey showed that a startling 85% of transgender or gender non-binary youth say their mental health has been negatively impacted by a recent wave of legislative attacks against that community, such as the Florida Don't Say Gay bill. During a year when state legislators across the U.S. have introduced an unprecedented number of anti-LGBTQI bills, many targeting the trans community, the importance of passing the Equality Act has never been more critical. I mean, seriously, we call ourselves the land of the free and the brave. But how free is the LGBTQI community or individual when the government is literally trying to disappear them? Take them out of the books, take them out of our movies, take them out of anywhere. Don't say gay. I mean, literally trying to control speech about the community. It's completely ridiculous. You know, I watched the film Imitation Game this past weekend. Did you know that Alan Turing essentially developed the modern computer in his efforts to break the Enigma code that the Germans were using during World War II, the secret code? He was an absolute genius. We might all be speaking German right now and still working on typewriters, if not for his scientific prowess. A couple years later, he was convicted of basically being gay and then put on chemical castration medications as an alternative to going to prison. He lasted about 2 years and then committed suicide. Is this really where we want to go? We want to reverse the progress that we've made so far. And understanding and resolutions like these, I think, are essential to make sure that we support our LGBTQI community. Equality Loudon sent out a tweet a little bit ago that I think says it best. The LGBTI community are not wrong. It's not a phase. They're not sluts. They're not confused. They're not broken. They're not new. They've been around since, biblical times. They're not a mistake. It's not a choice. They're not a trend. They're not a fad. And they're not picky, and they're not faking it. I'm very happy to support this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Turner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just finished a wonderful book on Thomas Jefferson by John Meacham, Jefferson, The Art of Power. I really commend it to you. It is a fascinating look at the foundations of America. He wrote the Declaration of Independence. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal. Make no mistake about it. When he wrote that sentence, he meant all white men who are wealthy. That's what he meant when he wrote that sentence. He meant that. What's interesting is he and all of the founding fathers around him, John Adams and who was an arch federalist, an anti-slavery advocate, people all around him recognized before he died, including him, that the beauty of that document was that it established the theoretical that we can achieve. It established the potential of American freedom and what it stands for. So that ultimately that very same sentence, unedited, really means today exactly what it can mean. All men, all women, all genders, all races, it really means we are all equal. I find it astounding that anyone would suggest that a statement in this day and age, in this country undergoing what we're going, that an elected body would simply state and reaffirm that everybody we represent is considered equal in our eyes. It's just simply not controversial. On the flip side of that, the opposite side of that coin, I'm sure you could go anywhere in the world and find every single utterance from this body tonight to be offensive and controversial to somebody in the world for some reason or another, which is also equally absurd. I am very happy to support this. I am baffled every time we hear the argument that this is not appropriate, it's controversial, and we shouldn't be making these proclamations over what to me is just the most fundamentally, profoundly non-controversial statement. I'm happy to support this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Umstattd?
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. For those of us who are Christians and believe in a loving God who knows what he's doing, I think we need to recognize that God made all of us the way we are, and we owe it to our God to respect his choice in that matter. There is nothing in this resolution about sexual acts. There just isn't. It's about respect. It's about equality. It's about the good work that Equality Loudon and its members do every day. And that is something that we should celebrate. And I think God wants us to celebrate those who are trying to make life better for everybody. And I am very happy, once again, to support this proclamation. Thank you.
Thank you. So, I'm going to respond to some of the things that my friend and colleague, Mr. Kirshner, said. So, quite a few new polls said that 70% of Americans today support gay marriage. I don't know that I would call something highly controversial that's supported by 70% of the people. I went and looked it up. 94% of people support interracial marriage. So is it highly controversial because the rest don't? So I don't know at what point do we decide something's highly controversial. I think we're probably past that statement at this point. And so, you know, with respect to Mr. Kirshner, he is actually, and Mr. Kirshner is very consistent, and I can't begrudge somebody who is consistent. I can't. But one thing that he has said, and a couple of my other colleagues have said, is that we shouldn't do things up here that is controversial. It's against our rules of order. I gotta tell you, I'm more than willing to change the rules of order if we can't do anything controversial. We are a governing body that, for the most part, does land use a lot. But if at the moment that we have a voice, if we don't use the voice for ways to protect all people, because that might be considered controversial, then maybe the resolution's not the issue. The rules of order that we have in place are the issue. At one point, interracial marriage was very, very controversial. At one point, not having enslaved people was very, very controversial. At one point, women voting was very, very controversial. And people who had public positions and were community leaders had to stand up and say, I don't think this is right, and this is why I'm going to fight that. I think that as elected leaders, we're supposed to use our voice for more than just, I'm going to vote for this application on this land use issue. And I don't have any issue at all with voting for something. I don't think this is controversial, but even if it was, I have no issue voting for that. We make a practice of this board of not questioning one another's intentions. And I got to say, I don't believe people have brought this up because of votes. I believe people brought this forth because they think it's the right thing to do. Last term, when it was just Supervisor Umstattd, Supervisor Saines, and I, we brought it forward every year. It got voted down every year, but we brought it forward every year. We did. And so I don't really want us to start questioning one another's intentions. Lastly, I will say, as an elected official, the best elected officials are somebody who's willing to not be an elected official. You do things that you know might lose you your position, but you do them because you think they're right. If all I have to worry about is whether I'll be elected again, I'm not going to be a very good elected official to start with. I have to be more than willing to give up this job if I'm going to be a good elected official while I'm in the job. So, Ms. Glass, would you like to close?
Yes, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, you stole my thunder on some of those things, so you're welcome. I'm not going to repeat. I want to close by highlighting some Pride Month events occurring in Loudoun County. Just outside the board, we in the Government Center's Art Gallery space, the Art Advisory Committee is highlighting the works of 15 LGBTQ plus artists and allies throughout the month of June. I encourage everyone to take a look at the pieces when they walk through the lobby. Also, as mentioned in the resolution, Loudon Pride will be held Saturday, June 26th from 1 p.m. to 8 p.m. at Claude Moore Park in Sterling. The event is hosted by Loudon Equity Loudon, the county's first LGBTQ nonprofit, and will feature local food, vendors, music, artists, and family activities. I will be in attendance and hope everyone else will join too. Lastly, I want to thank my colleagues who will vote for this proclamation. It's important to show different groups in Loudon that we support them and their community. Loudon will always be a welcoming place, and approving proclamations such as this show that we as a board are committed to providing a safe, accepting, and friendly county. I thank and support the LGBTQ plus community and their contributions, and will continue to fight against discrimination. Thank you.
Thank you. Motion was made by Supervisor Glass, seconded by Supervisor, nope, that's right, Supervisor Brixman. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Nay. That motion will pass. 6-1-2 with Supervisors Buckington and Letourneau not having joined us yet. Okay, we're going to go on and do the proclamations that we have. Again, that proclamation we just passed was going to be presented on the 11th. The 26th. The 26th, yeah, I knew that. Boy, oh boy. If brain power burned calories, I'd be burning a lot of calories up here right now. Oh my God. All right, so the first proclamation is going to be for the Stroke Smart, and then the second one, so after that one, Ms. Umstead and I just going to, it'll be Mr. Sains and I, and then Mr. Umstead, you just keep stay downstairs with me, stay down there with me. Yeah, God. All right, we're going to do a resolution for, and I'm going to hand this resolution to Mr. Sains because, whoo boy, to be a stroke smart county because reading is, yeah, here.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair. Whereas 1 in 6 people will have a stroke in their lifetime, and the stroke is the leading cause of long-term disability, putting a tremendous financial burden on individuals, families, as well as society. And whereas there are life-saving treatments that must be administered within 3 to 4 hours once symptoms begin, and only a very small percentage of patients get to the hospital within the treatment window because majority of the people do not know how to spot a stroke or the importance of calling 911 immediately. And whereas as all Loudoun County health and safety focused entities and all county employees will be urged to participate in improving Loudoun County stroke literacy through educating all employees, volunteers, and associated communities. And whereas Loudoun County will educate those who live, work, pray, and play in the county to recognize the signs and symptoms of a stroke and the urgency of calling 911 when they spot a stroke, and will encourage the Loudoun County community to participate and contribute to the Stroke Smart, Spot a Stroke, Stop a Stroke, and Save a Life campaign through active citizenship efforts. And whereas Loudoun County commits to serving as a model for other counties and communities to advance the vision of a stroke smart America. Now therefore be it resolved that the Loudoun County Board of Supervisors does hereby proclaim Loudoun County as a stroke smart county. and it calls this observance to attention to all citizens of Loudon County.
Well, first of all, thank you all. Thank you for being here. Chief Johnson, I do believe you're going to speak, and then you have some people that you want to, okay.
I'll be brief and just say thank you to the board for recognizing and doing this proclamation. It's something really important that can save your life. So I'm going to turn it over to Margaret Probst from the Northern Virginia EMS Council, and Margaret will speak and introduce our stroke survivor, Larry Dilworth. So without further ado.
Strokes can strike suddenly, and they can rob the sufferer of the ability to speak, to see, even to use their bodies properly. The Stroke Smart program represents a powerful step led by Chief Johnson and Dr. Morgan to educate us all to recognize the signs of a stroke and be empowered to call 911 as soon as we spot those signs. Underscoring the value of being stroke smart is Mr. Larry Dilworth, a stroke survivor.
Thank you, Margaret. Thank you, Chair Randall. Thank you, Chief. And thank you to the board for recognizing the devastating impact that strokes have on lives and families in our community. I am a stroke survivor. I'm deeply grateful to be here to share a little bit about my experience with stroke. I'm accompanied by my wife, Irene, and my good friend and fellow stroke survivor, Mac Brown. Mac and I represent the lucky ones, those who have survived strokes and are now attempting to rebuild their lives. I'd mistakenly thought that I was immune to stroke because of my fitness level, my military background, and my relatively young age. But I was mistaken. 4 years ago, at age 58, I had an ischemic stroke, a blood clot on the left side of my brain after an otherwise normal work day at a National Medical Society. It affected my body's right side with paralysis and substantial loss of brain function. It was a scary time. My life and that of my family's changed instantly. Years of rehab and relearning how to do everything followed. Every aspect of my life changed. Well, I may seem okay, a little nervous, but please understand, I'm like a duck on the water whose legs you don't see, paddling hard just to keep up. But I remain hopeful for the future. I keep paddling because of the support from my recovery journey from family, friends, my healthcare and rehab teams, and great organizations like the Stroke Comeback Center in Vienna. So on behalf of my fellow stroke survivors, our families, our caregivers, we thank you for this proclamation. I truly appreciate the chance to be here and to be able to share some of my story with you all today. Thank you.
Dr. Puccio, I'm going to hand you the mic next, and you can make comments. And at the same time, there's one question. I thought what you said was really powerful because you're relatively young, in good condition, and so it begs the question: is there any demographic, particularly, that's more susceptible to a stroke, and who might that be? And if not, is it just completely random? And then tell us what is the very first thing that should be done if someone knows or their family member knows they're having a stroke. So the first thing you should do.
The first thing, as we've said, is call 911. But so stroke can impact anyone at any age. It can happen in children. And I think that in high-risk people, people are more apt to recognize it. However, when it is a low-risk person, there is some denial by the person or by the family members that this could be happening. But there is much we can do, and this collaboration will help that in the years leading up to a potential stroke, like managing diabetes, hypertension, stop smoking. If you're in atrial fibrillation, get on blood or stay on your blood thinners, don't miss your medications. And in those minutes leading up to a stroke, teaching people how to be confident in recognizing a stroke. There's a lot of doubt, like maybe it's not, maybe it is. It's hard to diagnose things like, I think you have appendicitis, or I think you have a heart attack, or I think you have no. But stroke, when someone can't talk and they can't move their one side, you should feel confident and say, you are having a stroke and I am calling 911.
And they will try to get you not to call 911 because they don't want an ambulance or they don't want the attention. And 50% of our patients come by private vehicle to the hospital with a stroke. And we need to get much better on that and have people confident that they should call 911 and be under the care of our EMS community because they call us the minute they see what's going on and alert us to get ready for a stroke coming in, because time is brain, and we have very little time to be in that window that you spoke about to initiate therapy. So we have to be fast. Thank you.
You know, Dr. Bajir, thank you for everything. You were absolutely amazing. I said to somebody, I think there's like 2 or 3 of you because you're like everywhere all the time. You're just great. All right, anybody else want to say anything? No? Okay, well then let's take a picture. But I'd like for you and your wife to come down front so I can hand you a resolution in your hand and take a picture in the front.
Ready? 3, 2, 1. And again, 3, 2, 1. One more, please. 3, 2, 1. Cool Springs Elementary School. Are you, isn't that the right one? Is that Cool Springs Elementary School? PTA? Are you here? Come on down. Come on over. Would you like her to come down? Where is she? Mayor Burke, you're supposed to not be taking pictures. You're supposed to be down here with us. That's what I'm being told. That I got to do what they said. You guys come on this side, too. Yep, there you go. Hi, how's it going? One more person so we can, like, balance this out. There we go. Here you go.
Thank you, ma'am. Not long ago, Mindy was kind enough, Principal Cadwell as well, and Jenna Alexander, is she here? Oh, there she is, yes. To have us out to Cool Spring Elementary to celebrate the opening of their new playground, which miraculously the Cool Spring PTA raised over $30,000 for. And then it is. And then the town of Leesburg found many more dollars than that in proffer funds that they were able to apply. So this is a resolution recognizing the Cool Spring Elementary School Parent Teacher Association. Whereas on April 22nd, 2022, a new playground at Cool Spring Elementary School was dedicated by Principal Chris Cadwell, which replaced a muddy, metal, 28-year-old playground with a modern synthetic surface meant to enhance play, safety, exercise, and learning for students at the school. And whereas the PTA raised the money for the enhanced playground and applied and received a $190,000 proffer through the town of Leesburg and raised themselves $30,000 through a fundraiser called Raise Craze, which was a donation drive where students were rewarded for more than 1,000 acts of kindness. And the PTA also worked with PE teachers, speech therapists, and occupational therapists on design. And whereas the playground has a communications panel with common words posted in Spanish and American Sign Language, which is beneficial to all the students, as 40% of the students are English learners. The playground also has buddy benches where kids can sit if they have no one to play with, and someone can ask them to join an activity. And the playground provides students the opportunity to exercise and develop core strength and eye-hand coordination through climbing, crawling, stretching, and sliding. Now, therefore, be it resolved on June 7th, 2022, the Loudoun County Board of Supervisors recognizes the Cool Spring Elementary School PTA for their dedication to students and the betterment of Cool Spring Elementary. Mindy, I'm going to give this to you. There are several copies that we will let you hand out. And if you would like to say a few words, and then if any, you can turn the mic to anyone else.
She did warn me. I just want to say thank you for having us. And there are many members. This is a very busy time with this being the last full week of school. So there's a lot of our board members that couldn't be here tonight. But I'm really happy that Mayor Burke, who was instrumental in our the majority of our funding, and the supervisors and Mayor Umstead, who attended our, and Supervisor. I get it confused. They both attended our community family service night during our Raise Craze, so we're really thankful for their support and their involvement and helping push things through LCPS for us. And I also want to thank our speech and occupational therapists who were instrumental in making this playground an inclusive place to play. And so we hope you guys will stop by. And I want to thank Nikki, who is one of our other board members that was able to make it. But we are thankful for all of the support of the community. And I'll see if our principal, Chris Cadwell, would like to say anything.
Thank you, Mindy. And I just want to echo a big thank you to our Leesburg Town Council, Mayor Burke, and the Board of Supervisors for your support of our playground project. And this really was a partnership with our families and LCPS, our PTA, and the community. And so we're delighted to be able to have this playground for many, many years to come that our students and already I know the broader Leesburg community is enjoying. So thank you all so much. We're really appreciative.
I always say that LCPS, sometimes one school does something that should be exported to all other schools. I got to tell you, the buddy bench idea is an amazing idea. So a kid goes over there and sits because he needs a buddy for that day, and then somebody. Really, that's amazing. So that's something that should be exported to all other elementary schools, middle schools. I'm not sure if I want to give high school kids buddies, but. But elementary schools and middle schools, that's an amazing idea. So, Ms. Burke, you want to say anything? Mayor Burke?
I'm sorry, I have grass allergies, so this is a rough time for me. But if you go to the playground towards the evening, don't be surprised if you see me there, because I love it. I go there and I exercise there, and I think it's a great playground. I know the kids love it, and it's just a great, the way you got it, how you did that fundraiser was phenomenal, and I'm so proud to be part of it. So thank you very much.
Yes.
have anyone from Young Entrepreneurs? Please come down. Are you the young entrepreneur?
This is just for the kids, right?
All right, okay. All right. This is, oh, that, wow, yes. Oh, perfect. Whereas the Loudon Young Entrepreneurs Academy, YAY, program was jointly created by the Loudon Chamber Foundation and the Loudon Economic Development Authority as an after-school program that transforms local middle and high school students into real-life entrepreneurs. And whereas since its inception, 143 Loudon County students ranging in age from 11 to 18 and representing public, private, and homeschoolers have graduated from the program. The YAY program has invested $30,000 into the businesses of Loudon's young entrepreneurs. And whereas over the years, YAY entrepreneurs have created a total of 135 businesses and nonprofits focused on areas such as app development, health and safety, culinary arts, gaming, apparel, home goods, and much more. And whereas 22 students graduated from the YAY class of 2022, which was conducted completely in person for the first time in 3 years. Most notably, the class of 2022 created 20 businesses, including 2 partnerships. And whereas the YAY class of 2022 investor pitch competition was conducted on March 23rd, 2022, William Just and his business, Loudon Candle, earned the first prize and along with it $1,500 in investment capital and will represent Loudon in the YAY National Saunders Scholars Competition in June 2022. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Loudon County Board of Supervisors does hereby recognize the Loudon Young Entrepreneurs Academy class of 2022 in Loudon County and encourages all Loudon County residents to recognize and commend the hard work and future success of Loudon's entrepreneurs of tomorrow.
Thank you for reading that. Really appreciate that. I'm going to hand the mic to Mr. Howard.
We had breakfast today. She already forgot. First of all, I want to make one slight correction, if I may, Supervisor Umstattd. Mr. Just earned $1,500 in top prizes, not $15,000. I don't want him calling my office tomorrow asking for the rest of his money. Okay, we're building this program from scratch. Maybe one day we'll be there. We're not there yet. I'm going to, if I may, take the limited time I have up here, because I'm sure it is limited. I want to thank and recognize the folks who are absolutely responsible for making this program as successful as it has been for the last 6 years. Because I don't know if you know this, you handed the microphone to the person with the least amount, who deserves the least amount of credit for this. I want to begin with our volunteers. So I'll begin there with our classroom instructors, Kendra Harvey and Chris Rickey. We have 2 other instructors, Eric Bird and Christine Jacobson. These folks pour their heart and soul into this program. They're the ones that lead the classroom instruction. They mentor the students throughout we're about 30-week program, and they really give so much to it. And it's almost impossible for me to thank them enough. And so I want to thank them. I also want to thank our mentors. Each of our students is assigned a mentor, a business owner or leader in this community who helps them work through the business plan, their pitch, their financials, every aspect of learning how to develop, and launch, because these students do actually, in many cases, launch a business eventually. And then we also have subject matter experts who come in and talk about the legal and financial and HR and regulatory. Gary Clemens comes in and speaks to them about some of the regulatory aspects. So we teach them soup to nuts how to come up with a business, how to pitch that business, and how to launch that business. They learn every aspect of it, too, as well. So I want to thank the mentors as well. I don't know if I'm leaving. Oh, and I've done this before, and I forgot our program coordinator, Miss Faith Schaub. Faith, she makes this work year-round. I forgot her once, and to her credit, she's the only one on my staff who didn't slap me for doing that. So I won't do that again. But I saved the best for last, and that's our students. And you can see who some of our students. Students, if you could raise your hand, please. I have to give them so much incredible credit. They pour their heart and soul into this program. They're the ones that come to class, 3-hour class once a week. They work outside of that class on every aspect of it. They are willing learners. They work the things they have. Of course, they have intelligence, but the initiative, the hard work, and everything else they pour into their business is absolutely remarkable. And I do want to recognize and credit William, our 2022 Loudon YEA champion. He represented our community exceptionally well at the Saunders Scholarship Competition. And William, if you'd like, if I may do this, if you'd like to say a few words, maybe you can recreate that 3-minute pitch you gave that won the Loudon YEA competition. 30 seconds.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. My name is William Just. I'm a graduate of the class of 2022 YEA program. I have thoroughly enjoyed collaborating with like-minded students, and the YEA program has taught me the skills needed to start a business. I'm grateful that Loudoun County offers this program and supports young entrepreneurs. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you so much.
You know, I'd actually like to have all the young people say their names and what year they are in school. So I think this is such amazing. Let me make sure everybody.
My name is Priyanka Talker, and I'm a sophomore at Lightridge High School.
Hi, my name is Praggy Sangeetham, and I'm a sophomore at Stonebridge High School.
Hi, my name is Reem Khalil, and I'm in 6th grade at Farmwell Station Middle School.
William Just at Independence High School, a sophomore.
My name is Logan McMillan. I'm a sophomore at Independence High School.
Hi, my name is Tiger Combis. I'm in 8th grade, and I go to Mercer Middle School. Hi, I'm Samik. I'm a sophomore at the Loudon Academy of Science in Independence High School.
So all I would say is, you know, somebody asked me, because I am, if nothing else, I am an eternal optimist. I mean, just all the time. And I think the reason I get to spend time with Generation Z all the time. And I did some studying on Generation Z, and it was really interesting. It said that you all's generation is the most accepting generation of other people of any generation who's ever come before. And it talked about you and millennials and how you all chase relationships and chase understanding, and you don't chase money. So I thought it was that really interesting statement. So I say it all the time. My chief of staff teases me for saying it, but I say it all the time. Generation Z is going to save all of us. I really do mean that. Let's get a picture.
How's it going?
Foster Parents of the Year, please come down. Are the foster parents here? Here they come. Over they here? I can't tell who's walking. There we go. Yep. Come on down. I honestly can't. No, you look wonderful. No, of course, and you guys come on both sides. You're kidding. After what you guys do, you can come here anything you want to. You guys were absolutely amazing. All right, I'm going to try to read this, but okay. Actually, I do want you to read it. Thank you very much.
Oh, damn. No, hand me my glasses.
So this is normally done at the Council of Governments, at the Metropolitan Washington Council of Governments, also called COG. The board members for COG are myself and Ms. Brixman, and the family lives in Leesburg, and so Ms. Umstead has joined us. This is one of the best days in COG, and I love this resolution. It's just, and it's so important, but literally, as I'm looking at, I kind of like see red spots as I'm looking at this, and so I honestly can't do this right now. So I'm going to have my COG board member read it for me.
No problem. Whereas Mr. and Mrs. Harper became approved foster parents with the Loudoun County Department of Family Services on November 18th, 2014, and since their approval have served as foster parents and respite providers for 13 children and adolescents, and whereas Mr. and Mrs. Harper have demonstrated their commitment and to reunification efforts with children and their families, and whereas Mr. and Mrs. Harper have gone above and beyond to advocate for the unique needs of the children in their care, and whereas Mr. and Mrs. Harper support the mission of the Loudoun County Department of Family Services and the work of the foster care staff to ensure the best outcomes for the children in their care. And whereas the Metro Washington Council of Governments recognized Richard and Ashley Harper as the Loudoun County Foster Parents of the Year and honored them for their unwavering commitment to the children of Loudoun County, now therefore be it resolved that the Board of Supervisors of Loudoun County, Virginia do hereby proclaim Richard and Ashley Harper as Loudoun County's Foster Parents of the Year.
Just say it's amazing we're still standing. No, it's been a very rewarding experience, and people ask us all the time what we gain out of foster care, and the fact that we get to experience these people's lives, the children and the parents and their families, and see their successes as they work to come back together, work through hard times. That's incredibly rewarding for us, and so we thank you for the recognition. We truly are the ones who are blessed by this.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So we're going to have you guys come in the center and hand you this one. Take a picture. Are you really a personal trainer?
I am.
We are now going to do public comment. I can find my notebook with all the names on them. Thank you. Is that yours or mine? Okay, I'll start calling names and then. So we're going to move into public comment. When I call your name, please come to the podium closest to you. When your time is up, please relinquish the podium to the next person. You will have 2.5 minutes. For anyone who was joining us, if English is not your second language, we have not yet addressed the rules of order issue. And so we will be addressing that tonight, but we haven't yet. And so we're going to go with the policy we've been going with all this time. And so if you want to speak with an interpreter, that is absolutely fine, and you would have 5 minutes. We will address this issue after, and so from when we come to a conclusion on how we're going to do that, that may change in the future. But until we do address it and change it or not, we're going to be consistent with what we have always done. So I'm going to call your name about 3 in advance, and so you know that you're going to be next up. The first speaker is Gary Nicely, followed by William Steadley, followed by Suzanne Steadley. Mr. Nicely, is Mr. Nicely here? I don't think I see him either. Okay. William Steadley, followed by Suzanne Steadley, followed by Colleen Steadley. Good evening, sir.
Good evening. Hello, I am William Steedley. I'm a 30-year resident of Loudon County. I'm speaking on planning and zoning of the Red Hill neighborhood where my family and I live. I've heard that you've directed staff to examine incorporating our area into the transition policy area, and I thank you for that. Thank you very much. I've also heard that they may only be focused on large lot place type with no increase in density. I ask that you consider ensuring that staff and subsequently our Planning Commission consider increased density options. Increased density would be consistent with the previous staff and Planning Commission recommendations for the area, previously known as Q1. Increased density is consistent with my previous input over the years, and the chart I've submitted through an email last night, and you'll have hard copies of, is thus only an update. The details are generally the same as before, so I will only highlight a few things. First, increased density is consistent with Red Hill's surroundings, including the infrastructure. Red Hill already contains some increased density on its own with about a dozen homes that are on 1 acre. I believe increased density is now further supported by completion of the school board purchase of almost half of the area for 3 schools, which intensifies the land use in the neighborhood and brings in central utilities, or is bringing in central utilities. Additional surrounding infrastructure, including the ongoing widening of Ryan Road, provides ready access to the new metro line to our east. And increased density is also necessary for the community to make use of the central utilities. Otherwise, they're unaffordable. You need enough homes to justify the expense of bringing in the utilities. Most importantly, I want to highlight Loudon's need for more housing. Families are being priced out of Loudon. Increasing density in Red Hill represents an opportunity for additional housing in a particularly appropriate location, given the 3 schools that are coming to our neighborhood. Every little bit helps. Again, please consider increasing the density in Red Hill to help meet Loudon's need. Please ensure that staff and Planning Commission are able to consider increased density through the ongoing planning and zoning process. I want to assure you there is still strong support for this increase within the neighborhood. I have emailed this and my contact info and would be happy to engage in any follow-up. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you, sir. Suzanne, did you say it was spelled Steadley or Steedley? Steedley, followed by Colleen Steedley and Michael Steedley. Good evening, ma'am.
Hi. Hello, my name is Suzanne Steedley. I am continuing to talk about Red Hill planning and zoning. I, too, would like to see increased density. My concern is the lack of affordable housing in Loudon County and how it directly affects my family. Even though my son works in Fairfax, he and his wife had to move to the Winchester area to be able to afford housing. I see how it affects their lives with less time together as a couple because of my son's tremendous commute time. My daughter's family, with our 5 grandchildren, had to move over an hour away to Martinsburg, West Virginia, to be able to own a single-family house. As a result of their move, my husband and I don't get to see our grandchildren as often. They used to come over 4 or 5 times a week, but now they come to our house only 1 or 2 times a week because of the distance from our home. The lack of housing in Loudon County has definitely affected the quality of family life for my family. We are unable to get together as often, and when we do, my son and daughter's families have to leave sooner because of their long drive home. It is not just us. We also have friends that are in the same situation with their children moving out of Loudon County because they can't afford it. With the general housing need in Loudon County, the Red Hill neighborhood is an opportunity to provide additional homes consistent with the county's own intense development of 3 schools within the neighborhood. By increasing the density of the Red Hill neighborhood, it will help provide greater opportunity for families to live closer together and not have to be separated like ours. Thank you.
Thank you. Colleen Steedley, followed by Michael Steedley, followed by Rosemary Lawler. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Colleen Steedley, and I'd like to continue on what my parents presented regarding the Red Hill Planning and Zoning. I've lived in Loudon County my entire life. I love the area and hope to be able to continue living here for the indefinite future. I'm almost 28 and still live with my parents, and at the current housing rate, I'd have little to no hope of ever living on my own unless my financial status greatly changes. I've seen many of my friends and family members move way west to Loudon County or out of Loudon County to Clark County, Frederick, and beyond, and because they just can't afford to live here with a decent quality of life. In the Red Hill neighborhood, the county is imposing a very intensive use in a huge portion of this area by building 3 public schools right next door to us and all of their respective sports facilities. This area will no longer be a quiet setting. It will become an area of intense use with increased traffic, noise, and lighting that would be commensurate with increased density for the surrounding housing. It would be ideal for the area to have increased density of housing to match the schools. This would be a shorter commute for the parents who will have children going to these schools. Any increase in density in the Red Hill neighborhood will help alleviate at least a small portion of the housing demand that is driving up the price of housing and forcing young couples and families, like my friends and family, to move out of the county for a better quality of life. Like you said, my brother Michael was supposed to speak. Unfortunately, had an appointment, wasn't able to make it, but he wanted to reiterate the same thing. He's trying to get into the IT and into the IT world studying, and knows that probably currently he would have to move way further west and commute all the way in, so he too would like to echo those. Thank you for your time, and I appreciate the consideration.
Thank you. So I'll go to Rosemary Lawler, followed by Susan Giblin. Good evening.
Good evening, Chair and Supervisors. If it were necessary to sacrifice the scenic, historic, and environmental features along Loudon's National Scenic Byway, Route 15, to save someone's life, we'd need to face that, but it isn't. Elected officials should not be swayed by emotional arguments that, no matter how sincerely felt, are not borne out by an overwhelming abundance of evidence accumulated locally, regionally, and nationally. This evening, I and a few other Luckett's area rural residents will read a list of materials represented here by this little notebook, each document available to you guys upon request. They show that proceeding with this expensive, risky, and destructive project will not make the roads safer or solve congestion. They show that a much cheaper project that can be built sooner will address those concerns without loss of homes, barns, businesses, farm viability, historic structures, beautiful view sheds, and erasure of the last and most pristine segment of this historic road. The corridor began as a Native American migration route, and along it are the structures and artifacts that tell the story of our entire history as a nation. In 2008, Congress appointed the Journey Through Hallowed Ground to protect it because they believed it was worthy of preserving. So do we. Expanding rural highways to open up farmland for development has been a priority of the Washington area metro development industry for decades. In 2017, a well-organized and funded campaign to promote Route 15 highway expansion began again, with the unfounded claim that more lanes are essential to increase safety and that a high-speed expressway will accomplish safety goals. A main theme of the campaign has been a sustained slander against the citizens who have worked for decades to increase safety on this rural highway, falsely claiming that they and conservation and preservation organizations have opposed safety improvements and erroneously stated that the preservation of the area's rural, historic, and scenic assets are incompatible with increased safety and function. Tonight, we'll list for you the history and documents that lay out the truth. Thank you.
Thank you. Susan Mandel-Giblin, followed by Carol Smith. Ms. Giblin, it's nice to see you.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Board of Supervisors. Excuse me. My name is Susan Mandel-Giblin, and I've served as the Executive Director for Loudon Volunteer Caregivers for the past 11 years. Our mission is to help elderly and disabled adults in Loudon County to age in place, living independently with dignity and quality of life. I'm here speaking to you tonight as a member of the Loudon Human Services Network, a collaboration of more than 50 nonprofits. We provide services to thousands of Loudon residents to meet their most basic needs. And we are not just essential service providers. We are also an economic engine that fuels Loudon County through employment opportunities. Our nonprofit organizations employ hundreds, if not thousands, of community members and are a vital part of our local economy. The Loudon Human Services Network is proud of our role to ensure a quality of life for all of Loudon's residents. We value our strong partnerships with county human service departments as we all work together to assist Loudon's residents. As the long-term impact of the pandemic and other current events continue to affect the economy, we see very real consequences impacting the most vulnerable people in our community. Increased inflation, rising gas and food prices, and high housing costs are making it harder for many families in Loudon to just make ends meet. In turn, our nonprofits are experiencing steady increases in the demand for services. Many of us are still providing services at higher levels than we were before the pandemic began. The county's support and partnership of local nonprofits' work has been an essential ingredient to ensuring a strong service safety net during these difficult times. Tonight, you will hear from my colleague, Carol Smith, Executive Director of Crossroads Jobs. She will provide you a snapshot of Loudon County's nonprofit community by sharing a real story that showcases the work being done by my fellow nonprofits for our most vulnerable community members. Thank you for your attention and for your partnership.
Thank you, and thank you for all you do for Loudon County. And yes, the next person is Carol Smith, followed by Elizabeth Newberry, followed by Avis Renshaw. Good evening.
Good evening. Good evening, Madam Chair and Board of Supervisors. My name is Carol Smith. I've served as Executive Director of Crossroads Jobs for the past 10 years. Our mission is to provide free, individualized job placement and career services to Loudon area residents who are experiencing barriers to employment. We're a member of the Loudon Human Services Network, and I would like to thank my colleague, Susan Mandel-Giblin from Loudon Volunteer Caregivers, for sharing the impact of LHSN. We are proud to contribute to that impact with our work and know that working together makes us stronger and more effective. I'd like to share a story of the work being done for some of our most vulnerable community members that illustrates the value of collaboration within the Human Service Network. These days, there are many employers trying to fill open positions, yet the job search process is not easy for many of our neighbors. Recently, we had a referral from the Loudon Workforce Resource Center, an agency we partner with on a regular basis. The individual referred, despite having a solid work history in his home country, had several barriers to employment. He arrived here recently with limited English, and he and his wife, who had come to the country a few years earlier, did not have a computer at home. The combination made creating a resume and doing online applications virtually impossible. In addition, they had one car, and his wife's job did not have a set schedule, so add a transportation barrier to the mix. After his initial interview at Crossroads, his job counselor created a resume and helped him complete online applications for jobs that would not require fluent English. He was also referred to Loudon Literacy Council to start English classes right away. Within 2 weeks, he was hired for a temporary part-time position but needed a full-time job, so his job counselor continued to look and follow up on opportunities. A full-time position that fit his skill set to a T came available, an interview was arranged, and he was hired. The next piece of the puzzle was transportation, how to get from his home in Leesburg to his new job. His job counselor contacted Loudon Department of Transportation, and our amazing friend there, Judy Galen, figured out how to access the commuter bus at an intra-county rate of $1 each way. Problem solved. I'm happy to say that he and his wife now earn a living wage in Loudon County. And his new job, they love him. So, as one of our applicants said to his job counselor, teamwork makes the dream work. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. Elizabeth Newberry, followed by Avis Renshaw, followed by Martha Pokey. It's very nice to see you, Ms. Newberry.
Good evening, supervisors. My name is Beth Newberry, and I am going to start the list that Rosie Lawler had introduced. Here is the 1988 Washington Post article describing an earlier attempt to put an outer beltway along Route 15. It was rejected by Loudon and Maryland jurisdictions who did not want to invite sprawl into rural communities. Here also is a notebook of federal and state resources that Luckett's rural residents put together in 2002, urging safety improvements such as wider shoulders and roundabouts that would address safety and congestion without the highway expansion and the development that industry sought. They asked for a project based on the successful and low-cost Route 50 traffic calming project then underway. Here again is the design concept in citizens engaged Ian Lockwood, the designer of the Route 15 and Route 9 projects, to replace the wide, faster project that VDOT then preferred for Luckett's Village. Today, the federal government hires Lockwood to undo highways that have destroyed communities and their economic vitality. Here also is the congressional record citation of the $3 million in federal funds that former Congressman Frank Wolf obtained for Route 15 safety in 2003. A strong supporter of the Route 50 project, he endorsed using the funds for Route 15 traffic calming that we sought. Here also is the 2004 VDOT internal memorandum stating that the broad paved shoulders and wide clear zones recommended in a 1998 VDOT study would invite higher speeds. The design DTCI proposes is an even faster version of that design. County staff does not include that VDOT assessment in its list of Route 15 studies. Speed kills. Here's the 2007 VDOT validation study that the Virginia Deputy Secretary of Transportation ordered of proposed improvements to a stretch of...
Ms. Newberry?
Okay.
I'm sorry. Yep, I'm sorry. Your time is up. Yeah, thank you. It will be Avis Renshaw, followed by Martha Pokey, followed by Hugh. I'm going to work on your name. Okay. Good evening, Ms. Renshaw.
Good evening, Chair and Board. I'm taking over for Beth, but next there's a map in here showing a 6-lane highway with a new bridge crossing along the Route 15 corridor that the Development Road Lobby Northern Virginia Transportation Alliance got inserted in the 2007 County Transportation Plan in a secret meeting with county staff, which was then thrown out when it saw the light of day. The record shows that this attempted expansion is where, in 2017, county staff directed its consultant to begin their work. Last month, on May 11th, the Alliance's executive director himself encouraged you to forward this highway expansion. Next is a piece describing the 2011 attempt by Governor McDonald's Secretary of Transportation to ask the Commonwealth Transportation Board to violate its procedures and vote without prior notice on a river-to-river corridor with the new bridge crossings, a plan that the developer-funded Northern Virginia Transportation Alliance lobbied heavily for. It included Route 15. The CTB eventually voted to reject it. The Alliance was invited to help rewrite Loudon's county-wide transportation plan and submitted this document as a comp plan stakeholder. It advises Loudon County to expand rural highways in western Loudon despite the overarching transportation needs in already developed eastern Loudon. The county has so far spent millions in taxpayer dollars, Loudon taxpayer dollars, on those studies. Next is a presentation that Ian Lockwood made in 2018 to the former Catoctin District Supervisor and county staff, showing that the Route 50 traffic calming project is a viable model for Route 15. Lockwood challenged the county to allow development of a traffic calming option and compare it head to head with any conventional widening option on safety, traffic, access, tourism, cost, and taxes. The supervisor did not allow Lockwood to make a public presentation before you guys, or that current board, or to the Transportation and Land Use Committee. He declined to allow consideration of a cheaper traffic calming alternative. Without evidence, the supervisor said that traffic calming won't work on Route 15, despite it's working quite well elsewhere on Loudon's rural highways used by commuters and trucks with similar volumes. This project is too big, too expensive, and too destructive to not read every word that we have given you. Please do so before you make your vote. Please. It's important. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Renshaw. Martha Pokey, followed by Hugh, and I'm going to let you say your last name when you come up. You will be followed by Mary Gustafson and Peter Gustafson. Good evening, Ms. Pokey.
Good evening, supervisors. Oops, I've forgotten my glasses.
Are they with you?
In my purse.
Okay, don't start a time.
Thank you for your comments, Ms. No, I'm only kidding.
Thank you. I'll take over the list. Here's the June 2018 memorandum from a national engineering design firm that focuses on road design to enhance communities' livability, experts in roundabouts. It shows that a single-lane roundabout at the Whites Ferry intersection would handle traffic now and into the future without widening, but the plan is to keep the signal. Here's the 2018 independent traffic modeling analysis submitted to the county, showing that the county's future traffic demand model exaggerates the benefits of widening Route 15 and underestimates the new traffic problems it will cause. It states that this project, quote, pushes the county into a wasteful and repetitive cycle of successive and expensive widening projects that yield unsatisfactory results. Route 15 becomes a larger and more dangerous highway primarily designed for regional travelers, while the historic character of the corridor is destroyed, local access is limited, and congestion remains. Here's the county's own visuals from its own congestion study confirming that assessment. It shows the new traffic problems and the new congestion this problem will generate. Here's the 2021 VDOT referral on the Route 15 North CPAM suggesting traffic calming measures be considered. It directly contradicts the assertion of county staff to the Planning Commission that VDOT did not allow traffic calming on roads like Route 15. At the April 20th TLUC meeting, county staff stated that Route 15 is one of the top 10 most congested roads in the region. But the September 2018 TPB congestion report that staff referenced showed that the congested area located miles south of this project ranked 15th in the region. That segment is the Route 15 bypass, where traffic stacks up because of traffic signals. Interchanges are being planned for 2 intersections there at about $60 million a pop. But Raspberry Falls HOA residents successfully lobbied to keep the Whites Ferry signal instead of a much safer and more efficient roundabout, which most citizens preferred. A roundabout was built in the Dulles district a few years ago for a mere $1.9 million.
Thank you, Ms. Pokey. Hugh, and I'm going to say your last name for me.
Garandelli is my last name.
Garandelli?
Garandelli.
You will be followed, sir.
I know it looks like the alphabet is a bar fight, but...
Garandelli's not that hard, you're right. Mary Gustafson and Peter
I'd like to continue with the list. In it, you will find a study that the most dangerous roads in Loudon County are 4-lane median divided roads, precisely designed that this project will create on Route 15, except that this dangerous Loudon road design does not require any design to accommodate the over 120 driveways, roads, and entrances, farm equipment, livestock, and horse trailers, and visitors in numerous roadside markets, restaurants, antique shops, and historic churches. There's a 2007 county map of the sinkholes and karst features along Route 15 that the county staff declined to allow to be brought to the first Route 15 public input session in 2017. It shows that some of the new sinkholes that occurred on this corridor with the construction of Raspberry Falls and Selma Estates. The resulting groundwater contamination that followed that construction has cost the county taxpayers millions of dollars to remediate. There's a transcript of a DTCI staff member attesting that at an online public input session that there are no karst features on Route 15. There's a report of some U.S. road projects through limestone karst geology and the various construction disasters that have ensued. You will also find a state map of the Rust Cave Conservation Area that encompasses Route 15 north of White's Ferry. There are several large caves documented in this area, as well as another opening on the edge of the shoulder of Route 15. There is documentation that includes the list of many publications demonstrating that adding lanes to address congestion is a futile and expensive waste, which more forward-looking jurisdictions and the federal government are starting to address through engineering reforms. There's a study of road capacity, which calculates the ideal maximum number of roads that a road can absorb and still perform at peak efficiency at any given time. This fluctuation of traffic on Route 15 today disproves the overcapacity argument for widening and is consistent with the common and wasteful policy of requiring big box stores to provide parking spaces to accommodate maximum efficiency. I'll yield the rest of my time.
Thank you, sir. Gladys Lewis? I'm sorry, Mary Gustafson, followed by Gladys Lewis and Bernadette Light. No. Did I not get that right? I'm sorry. Yes, Mary.
It's
Gustafson,
okay,
Peter
it happens
Gustafson,
all the
Gladys
time.
Lewis. Yes, thank you.
This is the book that I'll be referring to. Good evening, Supervisors, Chairman Randall. Picking up from the last speaker, here are some of VDOT's average annual daily trip counts showing that during and post-pandemic, commuter traffic on Route 15 is down 25%. It's now 15,000 at the bridge. It's 20,000 at White's Ferry Road, not the 30,000 Supervisor Kirshner considered on May 11th. Here's the study commissioned by the Northern Virginia Transportation Authority showing that these commuting changes are expected to be long-term changes. What an opportunity to provide businesses with more incentives to further promote remote work and transit to meet climate change needs. Citing the NVTA study mentioned above, the Frederick County, Maryland Climate Emergency Mobilization Work Group prepared these recommendations for increased support for remote work and bus rapid transit to reduce emissions. Here's the county comp plan language stating that the county will encourage remote work. Here are the results of a Frederick County, Maryland origin destination study showing that the vast majority of its residents commute along the I-270 corridor, use MARC trains, metro, and other transit. That's where its transportation dollars are going now and into the future. Here is Maryland's highway needs inventory for Frederick County. The introduction makes it clear it is a wish list, not a planned project. There is no new bridge on the wish list. Route 15 north of the bridge is 15th of 17 on the list. Loudon staff have erroneously cited it as evidence of Maryland's plans for Route 15 highway expansion north of the Potomac Bridge. Frederick County's #1 priority is addressing congestion and safety on Route 15 north of Frederick City. Here are county staff's notes from its 2018 meeting with Maryland staff, who stated they have no plans to build a new bridge, but instead offered to partner with Loudon on transit options. A large shout out to supervisors who recently proposed bumping up the use of the spare capacity in Loudon's commuter bus fleet to import an out-of-county workforce. Ask yourself, how many commuter buses could the county fund for even a portion of this $300 million project? Thanks for listening, and thank you for your service to the
Thank you. Ms. Gibson, before you walk away, so is the plan to make sure that every supervisor receives that? Or we need to request it to receive it, a paper version? Is that the plan?
It can be provided to you, yes.
Yeah, okay.
And you would like to receive a copy, please, I'll make sure that you get a copy of it.
I absolutely would.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anybody else? Any takers?
Well, I'm assuming, because it's so much material, you probably don't have it all put together in electronic form. So it's probably only available in hard copy form.
I'm going
correct?
to check with the source.
Okay.
We should be able to provide
For
you
the
with
most
electronic
part,
versions.
if I get something, it would be important for Mr. Kirshner and Ms. Umstadt to get it, thus just it probably provided to the board.
Yes, we will do that.
I appreciate that.
Thank you for asking.
Thank you very much. Peter Gustafson, followed by Gladys Lewis, followed by Bernadette Light. Good evening, sir.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board. I am Peter Gustafson, and I will take over reading the list from a previous speaker, my lovely wife, Mary. She's got the notebook, but anyway. Here is the DC Metro Council of Governments visualized 2045 aspirational regional goals for improving transportation in the region. It encourages transit, trail, and remote work solutions, not 4-lane limited access expressways in our rural areas. Here is the county's VDOT Smart Scale funding application for this project that the state rejected. In that funding cycle, a shift was noted in prioritizing projects that addressed transportation needs by other means than building more lanes for single occupancy vehicles. Here is the $14 million substitute project that VDOT offered instead to address safety and congestion in Luckett's, which the county so far has rejected. Will Smart Scale be eager to fund a vastly expensive road project that ends in 4 miles of congestion up to a 2-lane bridge into Frederick County? Here is the county's federal build grant application for this project that the feds rejected. In it, the county asserts it believes it can avoid National Environmental Protection Act requirements for federal highways. Here is the documentation showing that the county removed federal funds from the expansion project up to Montreseau Road, which Supervisor Kirshner has noted was done to avoid burdensome federal requirements. These rules are intended to protect environmental safety and our nation's precious assets by mitigating through alternative solutions the damage that massive road projects can cause, and that this project will. Here is correspondence between county staff and the coalition, including Journey Through Hallowed Ground, in which the county admitted it cannot evade federal reviews for the highway expansion to Montreseau despite federal funding being removed. And here are maps showing the destruction to homes, barns, wells, streams, springs, and businesses that the new road footprint will have, based on Phase 1 engineering drawings that show a road 5 times as wide as today's. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. And before Ms. Lewis, so Supervisor Sain, Vice Chair Sain just tell me he believes he has received this in his box already. Have all the rest of you also? Okay, so maybe I just didn't get it yet. So if you just send it to
You haven't received all these documents, it would be lots of stuff.
But that notebook you're citing right there has.
It's a prop, Madam Chair.
Okay, so then you didn't get it in your.
No, there was a.
There's a reference document listing all the documents.
Got it. Okay, got it. Okay, gotcha. I understand. Thank you very much. All right. Gladys Lewis, followed by Bernadette Light, followed by Mayor Scott Ramsey. Good evening, ma'am.
Hi, good evening, Supervisors. I'm Gladys Lewis. I live right off 15 on the east side, which means it's my only route. I will up to document number 38 concerning the Route 15 CPM. And this document is about the county staff has said that they don't want to make immediate improvements within the current 50 to 60 foot right-of-way because it will add to the so far estimated $300 million cost of this unfunded project. Here is the Virginia Highway Improvement Program's crash cost calculation tool, which attaches dollar values to human life, injuries, and other costs from crashers. Please ask the VDOT office to conduct the cost-benefit study of costs for making immediate improvements within the existing right-of-way and adding roundabouts versus the human costs of doing nothing for 10 to 20 years. We will gladly forward any of these documents to you. Many have already been shared, and we're happy to send them again. This is a profoundly important precedent-setting decision for the future of the entire county from east to west. It concerns public safety, not only on roads, but of our drinking water. It will profoundly affect agricultural viability and business profitability. It comes with significant environmental risks in the limestone karst region. It will affect tourism and it will affect development patterns. It will affect future funding for infrastructure needs badly needed in Eastern Loudon, and it will impact the region's climate change goals. Good government demands making the hard but right decisions, not the easy and wrong ones. If you make the right decision to prioritize constructing immediate safety improvements and traffic calming, and aggressively promote transit and remote work instead of phenomenally expensive and destructive road project, you have a solid base to show citizens that it's the right decision. Drivers will be safer sooner, including me and my grandkids. Excessive costs and destruction will be avoided. Farms and businesses will continue to be profitable. If this project proceeds, Loudon's first county-run road project Loudon will enter the national spotlight for supremely bad transportation planning that runs contrary to the trends now seen in more forward-looking jurisdictions nationally.
Ms. Lewis?
And the right.
Ms. Lewis?
And right next door in Maryland. That's the last.
Thank you very much.
And I will give this document.
Okay, thank you. Bernadette Light, followed by Mayor Scott Ramsey, who, if I had have seen your name on the list, Mayor Ramsey, I would have called you first as an elected official. I apologize. Followed by Stephanie Crichton, I believe, or Crichton. Good evening.
Good evening, Chair Randall and members of the Board of Supervisors. My name is Bernadette Light. I'm with my husband, Rumsey Light. We've been married 60 years. We have lived our lives, total lives, in southeastern Loudon County, and Rumsey has operated the Light family farm all of his life. It is part of Dulles Cloud South. We were honored that Light Ridge High School was named for his registered Holstein prefix. I have been on Loudon's Historic Review Committee for the last 3 years, and we both want Western Loudon's history in rural areas to be always honored and preserved. But I want to emphasize, Dulles Cloud South is not in Western Loudon. Loudon County authorized a study independent of landowners and the data center industry. Dulles Cloud South was chosen. It borders Bull Run Creek, Dominion powers almost 200 acres, Fairfax County and Prince William County, in the far, far southeastern part of Loudon County. It's 8 miles from Gilbert's Corner. Most of it has high voltage lines through it. It's not a pretty sight. Loudon citizens think data centers are ugly. Put them in Dulles Cloud South. 99% of the citizens will never see them. But 100% of the citizens will benefit because they will bring in almost $1 billion more taxes every year. It is a win-win for all of Loudon County. Lower real estate taxes, more revenue every year to build parks, affordable housing, and I've heard about the nonprofits' needs, and houses for teachers, firefighters, et cetera, and to help our less fortunate neighbors. No more data centers where 99% of the people who see them complain about them. Increased employment is also on the table, and we need that also. We encourage the board and their staff to visit Dulles Cloud South, and we thank the two of you who have been down there to visit. We encourage the board to then follow the suggestions of your own authorized study and to make this a win-win for all of Loudon County.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor, is Mayor Ramsey in the room? I don't think I saw Mayor Ramsey, actually. Okay. All right, so Mayor Ramsey's not here. Stephanie Crichton, followed by Peter Serrano, followed by Dave Smith. Good evening, ma'am.
Hi, good evening. Thank you. My name is Stephanie Crichton. I'm a managing partner at Iconics Critical Solutions. We are a registered business in 30 states, including Virginia, and have over 120 employees in the U.S. We understand the county is engaged in important deliberations around Loudon's data center future, and we want to provide some additional context to help inform your decisions. I am not here today as a Loudon-based company. In fact, we are headquartered in New York and do not have any facilities in Loudon, and we only have one team member that actually lives in Loudon County. However, I am here today to share the perspective of a business that has teams here that regularly visit Loudon, regularly stay in Loudon hotels, frequent Loudon restaurants. In fact, I was just at one Loudon right before this, as well as frequent shopping amenities in the county. We are just one company, but during the last 5 years, we accounted for over 600 hotel stays totaling over $250,000, at least $100,000 of meals, and $75,000 of auto rentals and taxis. We are frequent visitors to Loudon because of the work that we do with many of the county's data centers, where we regularly conduct on-site testing. We validate that generators are meeting the Department of Air Quality standards, that the equipment is operating efficiently and installed per the engineer's design intent. We have a significant and growing customer base tied to the success and growth of the county's data center industry. We visit Loudon regularly, and we spend money here with local hotels and eating establishments. We pay Virginia state taxes, transit occupancy taxes, sales tax, and other local levies. Plus, we don't add to school enrollment, or require many other public services. Thank you very much for your consideration and time this evening.
Thank you. Peter Serrano, followed by Dave Smith, who is on the WebEx, followed by Nancy Daly, who I think is also on the WebEx. Good evening, sir.
I think that's Paul Serrano.
I'm sorry, it is Paul Serrano. I apologize.
Good evening, all. I'm a resident of Ashburn District, and I stand tonight in support of the Fleetwood South application. In particular, the provision that provides for affordable dwelling units available for purchase as opposed to rental. And I'll tell you why I feel that way. You know, I actually used to live in Blue Ridge District on Stone School Lane, less than a mile from the subject property. 10 years ago, I'd walk my dog among soybean fields, and today that property is occupied by Williford Development. That is the nature of progress in Loudon County. Today, I live in Morley Corner. And my experience, personal, with affordable dwelling units is to look out across the terrace and see one of the units designated there occupied successively by law enforcement employees. I believe we all understand that government employees are first in line when it comes to giving out affordable dwelling units. And I will say that Morley Corner is a medium-density development with 2 parking spaces allocated for each unit, whereas my neighbor in the ADU had 3 vehicles, forcing him to park one of his Cadillacs on the street for spaces which were meant for visitors for the rest of us, a scarce resource in that sort of development. My point is that the Board of Supervisors cannot legislate that the recipients of non-cash benefits amounting to hundreds of thousands of dollars be good neighbors. But to the extent that making those units available as purchase and making the recipients become investors in the community in which they get to live is the best public policy. And for that reason, I encourage the board to move forward in that direction.
Thank you, Mr. Serrano. Who's doing our WebEx tonight?
Jacqueline Wilson.
Jacqueline, can you hear me? Because the next 2 people, Dave Smith and Nancy DeLay, are on the WebEx. Can you hear me?
Yes. Hi, Madam Chair. Dave Smith was not able to join, so I have Nancy Daly next.
Okay, we're ready when she is. And after Nancy Daly will be Tommy Talese.
Are we ready?
We are ready, yes.
Are you ready?
We are ready, yes, we're ready. Can you hear me?
I'm sorry, I'm unable to hear you. Yes.
Okay, we're ready
Your
when
name.
you're ready, ma'am. We're ready.
Okay. Good evening. I am Nancy Daly, a Loudon resident for over 50 years. I am speaking to confirm to you my concurrence with the comments of Mr. Steedley and his family concerning the Red Hill area. The recent action by the school board to plan 3 schools on a portion of the area formerly known as Q1 has changed the dynamics of the area and has prompted a further need to address local housing for our school teachers that they can find affordable. A density change would provide the opportunity for housing that would be compatible with the needs of the additional staffing at those schools and provide abatement of the critical housing issue in our county. I ask you to look at any and all possibilities to make Loudon an affordable home for our public servants and moderate income families. While the current trend of providing affordable rental housing to that demographic is commendable, home ownership is the American dream, and we are obliged to provide that opportunity to our workforce, both public and private. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, our next speaker is Tommy Talese, followed by Jason Bell, followed again on the WebEx by Brian Burton. Good evening, sir.
Good evening, Madam Chair, Board of Supervisors. I appreciate the time to give and speak tonight. My name is Tommy Tays, and I'm here on behalf of my family and our local restaurant business, Anita's, New Mexico Foods, here expressing our support for the continued development of data centers. Anita, my grandmother and father, opened in 1974 with hopes of just making a living. Fortunate enough, about 15 years ago, we had an opportunity opening up in Loudon County, Leesburg and Ashburn. A gold rush opportunity, as my dad said. As many before me spoke to the thousands of jobs and work that's directly resulted from the development of data centers, I'd add the infusion of sustainability and assistance that it's given local businesses through the housing market crash and now the pandemic. On a broader picture, it's touched each layer of the ecosystem here in Loudon County. And it goes without saying, you have to admire Loudon County for utilizing the tax funds by building the best schools, well-designed communities, and roads in the country, which continues to make Loudon County that much more desirable to reside in. In effect, creates housing and all businesses to strive. Again, thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you, sir. Jason Bell, followed by Brian Burton, followed by Sophia Saeed. Good evening.
Good evening. I'd like to thank the Board of Supervisors for letting me speak tonight. I'm here to speak about the board developing and finalizing policy for data center land use over the next few months. My name is Jason Bell. I've lived here in Loudon County since 2006. I work for Holder Construction Company. I'm a vice president of operations. We've had operations here since 1996 when the original AOLs were built. We actually built those buildings. We opened an office and had an office in Northern Virginia for the last 25 years. We're now employing 165 people in Northern Virginia, 100 of which live in Loudon County and own homes, participate in schools, churches, charities, and other community organizations. We do other construction. We had the honor of building the Loudon Academies a few years ago, which is a fantastic facility. But 90% plus of our business is data centers. We construct anywhere from 6 to 8 projects a year in the county. We employ anywhere from 500 to 1,000 skilled trade workers at peak construction on each one of these facilities. We hire over 40 local companies to build these facilities. There are other indirect workers involved, including trucking companies, deliveries, rental equipment, repair shops, local fabricators, supply houses, lumber yards, travel, food services, hotels, entertainment, golf establishments, restaurants, and I can go on and on. The data center industry right now currently employs 4,000 employees for each one of those and growing. For each one of those employed in the data center, there are 3 indirect supply chain jobs that adds up over 16,000 jobs currently. And when you add the construction industry in, you literally have an 11-to-1 for over 44,000 jobs in the county at any one time working in the data center industry. Over the last 25 years, the Loudon boards, the economic development, and many others have fostered this great industry. This county is literally the envy of the country. We work all over the country. We talked to jurisdictions and counties in Columbus, Ohio, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, actually many places in Pennsylvania, west side of Chicago. They are all trying to figure out the special sauce of Loudon County and how this industry has been established and how this many jobs are created and the tax revenue that comes in associated with it. I pray to the board that makes a wise decision here over the next few months to sustain our great industry, our businesses, our jobs, and our livelihood. I want to thank you for your time, and I'd be happy to meet with any member of the board at any time to discuss our company and our industry. So thank you.
Thank you, sir. Brian Burton, followed by Sophia Said, followed by Killian Orlania. Good evening.
Good evening. How are y'all? All right. I'm here to succinctly just give my support to the Fleetwood South development. I know you're very busy and it's a long day, so I'll just succinctly give you my overall support of it. It's a good land use plan. It's used wisely the wetlands, and it has good trails and it's good ambience. It's not maximized for profit, but it's maximized for its good use, and it has lots of ADUs. Therefore, I would ask that you would please humbly support it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Sophia Said, followed by Killian Orlania, followed by Isomar Ortega.
Good evening, Chairman. My name is Sophia Sayed, and I'm a lead organizer with New Virginia Majority, Loudon. Tonight, I'm here virtually to speak about language justice. Specifically, we're very troubled by item number 4, which proposes amendments to the procedures for public input for speakers of languages other than English. Let me be frank, the changes proposed in this item would limit the public participation of speakers of other languages. Currently, non-English speakers give their testimony in their own language, followed by English interpretation. The proposed amendment would have non-English speakers choose whether to either give testimony in a different language and provide a written transcript to the board, or allocate the full time to an interpreter to give their comments in English. On the surface, this amendment is concerned with saving time in the boardroom. In effect, it would codify limitations on the public participation of non-English speakers rather than trying to find solutions to increase and support the participation of language minorities. This amendment would also burden any non-English speaker with the requirement of translating their testimony in advance and bringing copies to share, which would pose a significant challenge for many. Loudon is home to an increasingly diverse population. 32% of our residents speak a language other than English at home, and nearly 10% of our residents speak English less than very well. We believe that every individual has a fundamental right to be able to communicate, understand, and be understood in the language in which they prefer to speak and feel most articulate. The courts and the schools take language accessibility seriously and implement policies accordingly. Loudon County must work to break down barriers to participation in local government instead of erecting more. Ideally, the county should provide simultaneous interpretation services for all public meetings by default in Spanish and other common languages. For public input, the county should have simultaneous interpreters and equipment on hand for all public meetings by default. With simultaneous interpretation, an interpreter translates the comments in real time while the speaker is speaking in their own language, with English speakers wearing a headset to hear the interpreter. If the county were to do this, virtually no extra time would be spent on non-English public input, allowing full participation by language minorities. This amendment seems preoccupied with saving a few minutes at the expense of accessibility. I urge you to reject it and ask instead what the county can do to improve accessibility and public participation for a diverse community. Thanks for your time and the opportunity to speak with you tonight.
Thank you, Ms. Said. Killian Orlania, followed by Isomar Ortega. Good evening. Can you put 5 minutes on the clock, please?
Buenas noches.
Buenas noches.
Presidente Randall y Junta de Supervisores del Condado de Loudon. Soy Kelly Orellana. Represento la voz de mi comunidad hispana que no quiere ser escuchada. No están quitando nuestro derecho de hablar nuestra propia lengua natal. Vivimos en un condado donde encontramos diversos lenguajes, donde merecemos respeto. No quiero que me quiten mi derecho de expresarme en mi idioma natal. Me siento frustrada porque poco a poco quiere que sigamos siendo invisibles. Pero es hora de no callar y exigir que se nos permita el derecho de nuestra habla. Aunque traduzcan, al decir mis propias palabras me hacen sentir escuchada, como todo ciudadano que habita en este condado. Como autoridades, deben ceder y permitirnos expresarnos con nuestro propio idioma para que ustedes puedan escuchar nuestras peticiones con empatía e inclusión.
Good evening, Chair Randall, Loudon County Board of Supervisors. My name is Kelly Orellana. I am speaking on behalf of the Hispanic community. I want to be heard. The county is taking away our right to speak our native language. We live in a county where we find different languages. We have deserve respect. I don't want my right to express in my native language to be taken away. I feel frustrated because little by little you want us to remain invisible. But it is time to stop being silent and demand that we be allowed the right to speak. Even if we have an interpreter, saying our own words makes me feel I'm heard, like every citizen who lives in this county. As authorities, you will give in and allow us to express ourselves in our own language so that we can listen to our request with empathy and inclusion.
Thank you. I think before anyone else, I think it's appropriate for me to actually kind of level set. You're good, ma'am. What we're talking about. The question has never been and is not, will anyone be able to speak, nor is the question will anyone be able to speak in their own language. The question is, are we allowing 5 minutes for people who have an interpreter, or 3 minutes or 2 minutes? And we just haven't made any decisions on that yet. So I just for the record, I want to say that we have never told somebody that they couldn't speak and speak in their own language. It is how much time each speaker gets is the discussion we're going to have. So just for the record, I want to put that on the record. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay.
Our next speaker is Isamar Ortega, followed by Debbie Daly.
Buenas noches, Presidente Orlando de la Junta de Supervisores. Mi nombre es Isamar.
Hold the microphone a little closer, ma'am.
Mi nombre es Isamar Ortega y soy líder organizadora de la nueva mayoría de Virginia. Represento una de las comunidades más diversas que viven en este condado. Como comunidad de habla hispana, es un retroceso el derecho de la justicia a expresarnos en nuestra propia lengua. Hablar en mi lengua materna no es un delito. Hablar en mi lengua materna es un derecho de justicia. ¿Cómo es posible que este gobierno al que usted representa, usted dirige, quiere limitarnos, quiere como mutilarnos solo por expresarnos en nuestra propia lengua? ¿Por qué es así? Es así como nosotros nos sentimos. En cambio, debería de buscar maneras de ser más inclusivos, ya que este condado tiene una comunidad diversa en idiomas. Deben trabajar para derribar las barreras en cuanto al lenguaje y no poner muros que separen al pueblo de sus representantes. Queremos expresarnos en nuestra propia lengua y que nuestras voces sean escuchadas. Queremos ser libres expresándonos en nuestro propio idioma. No nos mutilen más.
I know what you said, and I'm just going to interpret what you said, and then I'll explain what you said to me. Good evening, Chairman Randall and Loudon County Board of Supervisors. My name is Isamar Ortega, and I am a lead community organizer with the new majority of Virginia. I represent one of the diverse communities that live in this county. As a Spanish-speaking community, this change has stepped back to language justice, to the right of expressing ourselves in our own language. Speaking in my native language is not a crime. Speaking in my native language is the right justice. How is it possible that the government that you lead wants to limit us, want to cut our voices just for expressing ourselves in our own language? Because of that, that's how we feel. Instead, you should look away. Instead, you should look a ways to be more inclusive in this county. Has diverse language community. You must work to break down language barriers and not put walls that separate the people from the representative. We want to express ourselves in our language and our voices to be heard. We want to be free expressing ourselves in our own language. Do not silence us anymore.
Thank you. Thank you very much. The next speaker is Debbie Daly, followed by Richard Spencer.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Members of the board. I work for Schneider Electric. We're an energy management and automation company supporting the data center industry. 16% of our $130 billion revenue is directly attributed to data centers. We have 30 employees that are working and or live in Loudon County and 400 that live in the surrounding areas. Data centers do provide a positive impact to our community and also are great job creators. I've currently worked in this industry since 2007. As a single parent, it has allowed me to raise my sons in Northern Virginia. They've benefited from a great education. They have had fun, as well as I have, for participating in the sports, both in schools and the community, and also have attended Virginia schools. We have JMU, Virginia Tech, and now one currently at the Naval Academy, who will be serving our country in a few years. Data centers do provide positive impact to our community, and we enjoy working here. Income that data centers bring to the community also help offset the tax burden to individual homeowners and also help with funding essential services like affordable housing, child protective services, and also social services for mental health. Schneider Electric employees are actually also actively involved in the community. We do a lot of volunteer work for nonprofits. We sign up to work for Habitat for Humanity. We volunteer for Toys for Tots and also at the local shelters. One of the other components that I'm very proud of is that sustainability and efficiency are a major focus for our company. We help all the data center operators with meeting their sustainability goals, with providing them with sustainability services and equipment. And we also write a lot of thought leadership content. We released a very big thought leadership white paper in December based on guidelines for data centers to help meet their sustainability goals. It listed out metrics for them to be able to do that. So we actively like taking part in this community and helping with what we can do for our data center operators. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you. And our last two speakers are Richard Spencer and Bill Wilkin.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I'd like to join the voices of the Steedley and the Daly and possibly also the Bertazzi family that are speaking regarding the density of the Red Hill area. My name is Richard Spencer, and I represent my family and my mother, Blanca C. Spencer, who at over 90 years old, she's in rehab right now, hence the mask. I hope you can hear me because of the COVID concern for her facility. Our family has owned the largest parcel of almost 40 acres at the corner of Red Hill and Evergreen Mills Road since 1975. I'm here to speak on the draft planning and zoning ordinance and to ask the board to direct staff to designate higher density zoning for the Red Hill neighborhood. I'm grateful for the board's direction that staff consider this area for incorporation into the transition policy area. However, I am deeply concerned that higher density might not be a consideration for this area and our property under this process. For over 45 years, we have seen the high-density developments immediately surrounding our property, with the establishment of Brambleton less than a mile to the east, the Green Hill Preserve Community less than 1/10 of a mile to the north, less than 1/4 acre lots at the Red Hill Manor homes immediately bordering our land on the west, and the new primary, middle, and high school campus literally across the street from our property to the south. As we are surrounded and completely enveloped by housing and amenities such as county high-density housing, county water and sewer, I feel it has long been time that our property, the largest in the Red Hill neighborhood of the Blue Ridge District, be considered for higher density and small lot place type with county water and sewer. I have actively participated throughout the Planning Commission's community input process. This is my fourth appearance, at least, I imagine, to speak to the board to request higher density for this area. As my family had planned to construct housing on our parcel, but awaited county water and sewer and higher density to subdivide our lot. My father passed away in 2013, never being able to fulfill his vision for our land. I therefore respectfully request increased density be designated for the area previously known as Q1, consistent with prior Planning Commission and staff recommendations for this area. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak and for your time.
Thank you. And our last speaker is Bill Wilkin. Mr. Wilkins, good to see you.
Nice to see you, Madam Chair, and I want to begin by wishing you a continuing and complete recovery.
Thank you.
And if anybody else is sick, I continue to, I'll extend the wishes, but I was particularly saddened to hear that all you went through. Supervisors, I'm Bill Wilkin. I'm one of the founding members and past chair of the County Heritage Commission, currently serving for the great and powerful Dulles District. So, for the record, the distinguished supervisor and I do not agree on Major League Baseball teams, but other than that, we get along just fine. So, but at our monthly meeting last night, the Heritage Commission deputized me to appear officially on the Philmont Fire Station question. So that's why I'm with you tonight, and only on that one particular issue. They didn't send me here on anything else. So, back on April the 4th, we summed up our opinions and concerns in a letter to the board, and I'm just going to draw a couple of sentences from that one letter and say goodnight. The proposal to construct a major new fire and safety facility in the village of Philmont has alarmed its residents, who have expressed their concern in a petition containing hundreds of signatures. Quite simply, the citizens of Philmont, including many existing and former members of the Philmont Fire and Safety Company, are asking for a role in making this very important decision. As residents have noted, the design and location of this facility will have a significant impact on the character of their village and affect all of its residents. We are aware that some public input has taken place, but the process was not conducive to the comprehensive give and take between county staff and residents needed to take into account the special circumstances in this village, based on comparable situations in the past. That's a polite way of talking about the great Aldi kerfuffle. Okay. We would encourage the establishment of a work group to facilitate a constructive and in-depth dialogue on this project. We don't need to walk into another minefield. It's a wonderful village and wonderful people. All of you are trying very hard to do so many other great things that I think we need to just walk very carefully on Philmont and let these wonderful people have a complete and thorough say and input on this whole thing. And I leave that in your good and capable hands. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Supervisors, that was our last speaker. We have not had a break yet. We could go in and take a break right now, or we could do board comments real quick before we take a break, just to. Oh, where? How about? I have a gavel. I actually didn't ask for suggestions. I actually didn't. So what we're going to do, let's try that. We're going to do board comments, and then we're going to take a break. That's how that's going to go. And I'm going to call Ms. Brixman first.
I'm too hungry. No. Thank you, Madam Chair. I had the opportunity to attend the Chamber Policymaker Series last month and the ribbon cutting at Craftsman Auto Care. I also attended the LCWAG listening session for women's issues, which was really good, and a ribbon cutting at Sweet Memories Photography, a new business in my district. Since we were last together, we had yet another national tragedy on gun violence. When an 18-year-old man made his way into an elementary school and slaughtered 19 children and 2 teachers, slaughtered to the point that DNA was required to identify their bodies. And once again, our nation proved the fallacy that a good guy with a gun does not save lives. This argument is so often used to block any sort of gun sense measures and regulations that might get weapons of war off of our streets. More than a dozen law enforcement officers were present inside of the Uvalde Elementary School and did not confront the shooter. In fact, an unarmed, unprotected mom went in to save her 2 children while shots are being fired. And, oh, by the way, this was after she was released from handcuffs by law enforcement outside the school, where they were trying to control, understandably, irate and terrified parents. A good guy with a gun didn't save Parkland students, didn't save Tops shoppers in Buffalo, and even with dozens and dozens of them on site in Uvalde, within minutes, they did not save the children in that elementary school. I recently heard that Governor Youngkin might be trying to send money to localities to harden our schools and place more SROs in our elementary schools. I will fight this effort to the bitter end. Not only do they not save lives, more police officers in schools create hostile environments for our students. We know that students of color are disproportionately negatively impacted by having law enforcement in their schools. They suffer more referrals, more searches, more investigations, and more suspensions. And this doesn't even take into account any microaggressions they might be experiencing. This is not the answer. Statistics show that a good guy with a gun stops violence or crime less than 1% of the time. In fact, they often make matters worse. In a domestic situation, women are more likely to lose their lives if a gun is present in the home. We lose 50 women a month to domestic partners when there's a gun in the home. 22 weeks into the year, America now has seen 247 mass shootings. As of today, 18,823 victims have died because of gun violence in our country. Of those, 8,395 were homicide or accidental. 10,428 were suicide. We've lost 155 children aged 12 and younger, and 561 teens under the age of 18. Just this past weekend, we saw 54 injured and 11 killed in 7 separate mass shootings in our country. An outdoor high school graduation in Summerton, South Carolina, a shooting near a bar in Chattanooga, Tennessee. In Philadelphia, multiple shooters opened fire Saturday night, killing 3 people and injuring at least 11 others. A shooting at a strip mall in Phoenix left 1 person dead and 8 others injured. 5 teenagers were shot and hospitalized after gunfire broke out in a West Texas high school graduation. A shooting in Macon, Georgia, shortly before 7 p.m. on Saturday left 1 dead and 3 others injured. A shooting outside a bar in Mesa, Arizona, early Sunday killed 2 people and left 2 others injured. I hope and pray that we can do something this time so that we don't have another situation with slaughtered children in an elementary school, a middle school, a high school, a college, a grocery store, so that we don't have slaughtered people at work, at church, in a synagogue, in a temple. We are not safe in this nation because of the prevalence of firearms on our streets. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Umstead.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
It's always hard to follow Supervisor Briskman. I would like to say that I was fortunate enough to get to attend a scholarship and donation event put on by the 7x24 Exchange, which is the nonprofit arm of the data center industry. And 2 students were recognized and given scholarships. One, a young man of color, and the other, a young lady. He is going, I believe, to Boston University. She is going to Nova, hopefully into the data center operations course there. But they also gave a very generous check to Boulder Crest, the retreat for wounded warriors in Bluemont. And so it was my great pleasure to be able, on behalf of Supervisor Buffington and Chair Randall, to present the check to Ms. Ken Falk, the founder of Boulder Crest. So it was a great event, and I appreciated being able to be part of it. I also attended Reverend Dave Milam's vigil at the school administration building on Friday morning, where quite a few prayers were said. Also, there was Delegate Suhas Subramaniam and about 35 other people. Then we had the Wear Orange community event at Ida Lee on Saturday, and most of us were able to attend that. Chair Randall, Supervisor Briskman both spoke. Supervisor Turner was there. Supervisor Glass was there, as well as, again, Delegate Subramaniam and Congresswoman Jennifer Wexton, along with Mayor Burke and several members of the Leesburg Town Council. So it was a busy weekend, and it was good to see everybody out there. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Buffington, welcome to the tonight, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Regarding the gun issue, since one of my colleagues mentions it at every meeting, if some of the anti-gun folks were to get their way and the government were to pass a law saying all private citizens must turn in their firearms immediately, does anyone really believe that criminals would obey that law? No, they would not. If you believe that, I think you're insane. That would not be what would happen. Are there possibly some better laws that might help reduce the recent prevalence of the things that have happened and are happening? I think so. But there are some people who I think want to take it way too far, because guns are already here. They're already throughout America. So for the anti-gun folks, the ultimate thing would be, hey, turn them all in. I imagine you'd want cops to still have them. So cops would keep them. But the only people who would listen to that law is law-abiding citizens. I think that would probably result in more of these incidents, because there would be less fear by the criminals who are about to commit these crimes, these heinous crimes, of a good guy with a gun. And if I did my research before each meeting to find stories about good guys with guns that save the day from bad guys with guns, I could speak for 5 minutes every meeting about that. I don't blame my colleague for speaking about what she believes in, but I did want to say that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Buffington. Ms. Glass?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have some disclosures. On Friday, May 20th, I met with Colleen Gillis of Cooley and Nick Over of Kite Realty to discuss ZCPA-2021-0002 on Loudon. On Monday, May 23rd, my staff participated in a pre-application meeting for PRAP-2022-0036, Noakes Plaza rezoning and kennel. On Monday, May 23rd, my staff participated in a pre-application meeting for PRAP-2022-0034, T4 Ventures ZRTD. On Monday, May 23rd, my staff participated in a pre-application meeting for PRAP-2022-0035, Double X Archery Range. On Tuesday, May 24th, I met with Colleen Gillis of Cooley regarding ZMAP-2021-0006 Hyde Park. On Wednesday, May 25th, my staff met with Matt Leslie of Walsh Colucci to discuss ZMAP-2020-0012 Mountain View Residential. On Friday, June 3rd, I spoke with Mike Speckhart regarding PRAP-2022-0035 Double X Archery Range. I also attended the William Obadiah Roby High School dedication. This past weekend also went to the firefighter Family Days, which had the recruits show all of the things that they had learned and that they were ready to receive their certification, and which had the families show in different segments what they've learned, which was extremely interesting. And I believe a lot of, the families were proud of, their family members who are part of that. I also participated, as Supervisor Umstad said, went to the Moms Demand Action Rare Orange event on Saturday as well. I would say my comment regarding this is I think most reasonable people want gun sense legislation. Yes, we do have guns. I think, having an 18-year-old be able to purchase such a powerful weapon may not be the right thing to do. I think that might be something that, I know we can't work on it, but our offices at the congressional level could work on. I think families, when we went to this event, families are just concerned. I mean, we've had so much loss on children. As a teacher, it's a very scary thing. So why not have gun sense legislation? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Glass. Mr. Letourneau, it feels like I haven't seen you in I haven't seen you in, I don't know, for a long time. I don't know why it feels like that, but hey, you want to go
down
next?
in the Dulles district.
They're so far away.
Practically in a different place.
Practically in Fairfax and all that stuff.
Disclosures on June 6th, I met with Packy Crown of Bowman, Sasha Brewer and Matt Leslie of Walsh Colucci, and Sujith Marham to discuss the Mountain View residential application. Just want to take a minute and congratulate all of our Loudoun County high school graduates. We are getting up on that graduation season, and it's been quite a ride for this group of graduates, having had a significant portion of their high school experience interrupted by the COVID-19 pandemic and all that entailed. So congratulations to them for persevering, and I can't wait to see what they're going to do in the rest of the world. I myself have a 5th grade graduate, which is not quite the same thing, but we will still celebrate in the next week or two as well. I have a town hall meeting tomorrow night, so Chair Rendell, you're welcome to stop by if you want to see more of me, over at It's going to be boring, though. Over at John Champ High School at 7 o'clock, we are going to have some folks there from DTCI with us to talk about the North Star Boulevard project that's happening right in front of us there at John Champ. And we'll also talk about some of the other issues, including some of the ones discussed tonight, such as data centers and Dulles Cloud South and a number of these applications that we're seeing in my part of the world that have really kind of proliferated. I'm not going to get too deep into some of the macro issues the board's discussing here tonight, but I do want to say, the one thing that we do want to be involved in as a board, and I think all of us do, is making sure our schools are safe. And it was a priority for us in the last term when we really asked the schools to come to us with a capital program that would look at safety and security at our schools, which included vestibules and some of the other things that are going on. And a component of that is the SRO program. And I think it is a little bit of a misconception about what that really is. The SROs are not just good guys with a gun. They are intelligence officers embedded in schools. And their primary focus is to understand the communities that they're serving and understand who might be at risk and who might be struggling, and keep a watchful eye and work with administration when it's appropriate. And I've had, through my kids and everything, experience with a lot of the SROs, and they really do a great job. Now, I myself was not a proponent of putting SROs in every elementary school. I think that that's a step that probably isn't needed when you look at the totality of where the investment could be made. But they're really busy in middle school and high schools, and one of the keys to these type of situations that we've tragically seen is identifying and understanding ahead of time who might be at risk and who might be likely to do this. I have read some really good articles in the last few weeks about some academic studies that were done on school shootings and the ingredients that go into that and what could be done. Some of it involves legislative changes, but some of it also just involves the way that we think about it and the resources that we have. Understanding, for instance, that a school shooter is almost always suicidal because almost every single one of them ends up going into it knowing they're going to die. And that's not something that we think about a lot. Anybody who has kids, and anybody who doesn't too, but anybody who has kids has been thinking about this a lot in the last few weeks. I have kids in 3 different schools, and if you send your kids off in the morning without thinking about this, then I question whether you're, anyway. So we're all thinking about it, and we can't just retreat in our corners and talk about kind of these issues simply as political issues, because there really are things I think that we can and should be talking about as a community to make sure we're doing what we need to here. Obviously, things went wrong in Texas when it came to that response. We know here that there was a protocol. If, as I read, that protocol that was followed, well, that was, what happened there was not the protocol that's here for that type of situation. But, in the moment, who knows what happens. But I'm going to do what I can. If there's other things that we need to do to support safety and security of schools, to do that, to have that dialogue. I've gotten a bunch of questions from constituents in the last few weeks. I'm probably not the only one because it's on people's mind. And if we need to have more discussion about it, and if there's other things out there that we haven't explored, then we should do that. So that's kind of where my head is at on this set of issues right now.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Mr. Turner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Disclosures. I'd like to mention that the July Transportation Land Use Committee meeting is changed to Monday, July 18th at 6 p.m. It'll be held here in the boardroom. Again, that's Monday, July 18th at 6 p.m. That'll be the third in the data center discussion series. I'd like to mention that after postponing the virtual Ashburn District Town Hall, I'm happy to announce it has been rescheduled for this coming Thursday, June 9th at 6:30 p.m. Anyone who's signed up for my newsletter will have received a WebEx link earlier today, which can be used to watch and participate in the town hall. Additionally, this town hall will be broadcast to my Facebook page. For more information about the town hall or to sign up for my newsletter, please contact my legislative aide, Joel Gicker, at joel.gicker, G-I-C-K-E-R, at loudon.gov. By way of disclosures, on Monday, May 25th, my staff spoke with Colleen Gillis from Cooley LLP to discuss the application for Hyde Park. On Tuesday, May 24th, my staff and I joined Supervisor Glass and her staff for a meeting with Ms. Gillis from Cooley LLP, James Brothers from Westbrook Partners, and Doug Fleet from American Real Estate Partners to discuss the application for Hyde Park. Today, my staff met with Colleen Gillis from Cooley LLP to discuss the application for Fleetwood South. I'd also like to announce that I've contacted General Services to have a third desk put in my office for Ms. Gillis for the future use so we can cut down on transit time and communication time. I have 3.5 minutes. I sent an opinion piece to Loudon Times-Mirror after I've forgotten which mass shooting it was after, one of the dozen or so that we've had over the last 2 weeks. They have chosen not to print it or haven't printed it yet. So I know the press generally doesn't cover these 5-minute comments, but I would like to get the word out and say what I said in that opinion piece. I wrote my first paper on rational gun safety legislation when I was a sophomore or junior in college, which was 1970. That's 52 years ago. And the data is so overwhelming, it's astounding to me that it's been 5 decades and the data is still valid. What I said in the opinion piece is the only way this will change is if voters change it, period. The discussion is wonderful, the rallies are wonderful, the marches are wonderful. It accomplishes exactly nothing in America. The only way this will ever change is if we vote people out of office who continue to enable massive gun violence in America. And that's an easy thing to do. The variables are not that hard to figure out. If you look at the data, it is overwhelming. Every citizen, and this is a nonpartisan issue. I don't care if you're a Democrat, a conservative Republican, a Trump Republican, a Green Party candidate, an independent candidate, or a Zoroastrian, which I actually think is a religion and not a politics. But I don't care what your background is. I don't care what your affiliation is. If you're running for elected office, I am now going to ask you 5 questions. I've never been a single issue voter, but I am as of a week ago. I will ask every single candidate seeking office 5 questions. Do you support an assault weapon ban defined as any weapon that can be modified to fire full automatic and the associated large capacity magazines? Do you support a mandatory waiting period? Do you support a mandatory background check? Do you support licensing all gun owners? And do you support registering all firearms in the United States? And the person who gets the most yes answers is going to get my vote. If you're 2 Democrats in a primary election and one gets 3 yeses and one gets 2 yeses, or one gets 5 and one gets 4, the person with the most yeses is going to get my vote. If you vote no to all 5 of those questions, and I think it's pretty obvious where those no's are going to come from in this country, you will not get my vote. It's just exactly that simple. And I don't care if the election is for dog catcher. Dog catchers get elected to town councils, get elected to state government, get elected to federal government. If you are seeking elected office in America going forth, I am going to ask you 5 questions, and I want your straight-up answers. There are only 3 answers: yes, no, or blah, blah, blah. And blah, blah, blah is a no. Those are the only options you have. It takes about 15 seconds to answer those questions. And if the 90% who support more rational gun safety legislation in the United States simply applied that 5-question litmus test to every person seeking office, this would stop. It would stop, and the data is staggeringly overwhelming. I just, in the few seconds I had here before I spoke, looked up a 1-year-old study on the gun ban. The assault weapons ban, after 10 years, it didn't cut down on the number of shootings, but it cut down drastically on the number of deaths and wounded in each shooting. That's just one of the 5. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Turner. Mr. Kirshner. You don't need to put your light on during this. I'll call on you. I'm not going to forget you down there. You don't need to forget your light on. I got you.
I had walked out of the room, so I wanted to make sure you knew I was here.
I had
just in case your eyes were blurry like they were before. I had a light on. All right.
You're seeable.
Okay. Good. All right. Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a couple things I want to talk about briefly. The first thing, kind of hot off the presses, I did just receive an email, hot off the presses, that the future Sweet Run State Park, it's now the Sweet Run State Park, is ready to open. We received our funding. I want to spend special thanks to Gary Higgins, who worked on this before, this board, who worked on this, and then the purchase of the, I think, 281 acres plus the 600 acres that were donated by Bob and Dee Leggett. I want to thank Dave LaRock, David Reed, and Jill Vogel for their support, and others who I may not have mentioned. So I'm very excited that this kind of showcase type state park is now here in Loudoun County, is fully funded, and we will hopefully be adding staff to this really, really soon. It's kind of a vision of many people. I just happen to be fortunate enough to be on the back end to work on bringing this about, and I just appreciate everybody that had a role in it. I'm looking forward to partaking in a number of different things, including it's basically turnkey ready. It's complete with environmental education center, restored historic buildings, roads, trails, parking, water, septic system, and electricity. So thank you for all those who are involved. This is very exciting. I do want to briefly touch on, I'm not going, I mean, obviously, when I woke up and I saw, I think with everybody, we were in horror at what we were seeing and have seen on a number of these shootings. They're horrific, they're evil. As I've mentioned before, no one picks, guns do not shoot themselves. And so I think the issue that is before us is far more complicated and complex than a number of the members of this board have put forward. And I do not think that just banning guns, again, this is not really an issue we generally get into, kind of broad, that I generally get into up here. But I will say that, you know, a couple of just very simple statistics, and the statistics are overwhelming, that we've had assault weapons for many years, far before the 90s and 2000s. And the truth of the matter is we haven't had these mass shootings until the last 20, 25 years. And so to me, that tells me there's something far deeper, far more sinister, far more troubling that is haunting and attacking our young people in this culture that is causing them to react. You know, the statement that was made earlier that an SRO program or resource officers do not work because here's an example is like saying red lights and traffic control doesn't work because someone happens to run through and hit somebody else. The truth of the matter is, I guarantee you if we removed them all, it definitely wouldn't work. But the truth of the matter is it does work. Mr. Letourneau alluded to that. One of the first things that I did when this occurred that morning for this Uvalde shooting, I called Sheriff Chapman immediately on the phone. I said, listen, and he gave me about a 15 or 20-minute rundown of all the safety precautions that we are taking here in Loudoun County. I don't have the ability to control other counties. I don't even have the ability to control our schools here, but I have the ability to have some sort of influence on it, and that was one of the first calls that I made. I do feel like we need, as a board, and I'm going to call for this, I think, in our next budget. I'm going to talk to Mr. Hemstreet and the chair. I do think we need to seriously look at ensuring that a resource officer is in every single one of our Loudoun County schools. It is something that, as conservative as I am on spending, I'm more than happy and willing to spend money on that. I'm more than willing and happy to make our schools even harder than they are to prevent such a horrible and horrific act to occur here in our county. And I think in many ways, that is the answer. These resource officers on the ground, knowing these students, building relationships with these students, are incredibly important. Finally, on a lighter note, my two boys just finished up their. I got a little story here to tell. Finished up their Little League year in the upper Little League County Little League group, and it was the bottom of the last inning. And we were down by 2. If we could score 3 runs, we would go on to the championship game. If we could not, we would lose. The first batter struck out. My 9-year-old got up and hit a double and was on second base. So there was 1 out. My son was on second, and my 10-year-old son then got up, hit a line drive to the second baseman, who jumped up, caught the ball. My other son was off the base, so he tagged second. And the season ended on a Kirshner double play. But I was so proud of my boys. They took it they took it on the chin, and they had a great season. I'm really appreciative of all Parks and Recs and everything they're doing that work. Thanks.
Well, congratulations. That's adorable. Your kids are adorable. No kidding. They look just like their mom. Mr. Sains.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, enjoy those Little League years because they go by fast. Disclosures, my staff and I met with the East Irvin Way applicants on May 18th, and my staff and I met with the Village at Clear Springs applicants on June 1st. And I have some comments. Only in America. Again, we are talking about mass shootings. At our previous public comment period, we were talking about the Buffalo mass shooting. Since then, we have the Uvalde, Texas school shooting. Shortly thereafter, there was a mass shooting in Chattanooga, Tennessee. The previous Wednesday, there was three active shooter situations at the same time: a hospital in Tulsa, Oklahoma, a Walmart in Pittston, Pennsylvania, and a high school in Los Angeles. And then just this past weekend in Philadelphia. I'll stop real quickly and point out that the Tulsa, Oklahoma shooter purchased AR type rifle 1 hour before he went to do the shooting. 1 hour. In Philadelphia this past weekend, Saturday, I was in Philadelphia for a little R&R, and the Airbnb I stayed at was literally 100 feet from where the shooting happened. My family and I, or my cousins and my brother and our spouses, we were at a festival. So when we got back to the Airbnb, we saw all the police activities, but didn't know what was going on until later in the evening and then the next morning when we found out what happened. But if I was not at that concert, I could have been in that shooting where 3 folks lost their lives, 11 injured. There is other shootings that have happened since Buffalo, since Uvalde, but because the body count was not considered high enough, they were not covered. Only in America can an 18-year-old be banned from buying a beer, a Playboy magazine, rent a car, but in some states like Texas can walk in and buy an AR-15 and 1,657 rounds of ammunition. Only in America are guns the #1 cause of death of children. Yes, guns now kill more children than car accidents or cancer. Only in America do we run around looking for something to pin the blame on: mental health, video games. We're still in the 80s and 90s apparently, because some people are still blaming rap music, and doors now. As if mental health is not as if mental health illness is not global, or if video games are not global, doors are not or don't exist in every other country. Whatever it takes to distract from the real problem. Only in America do we keep resorting to the myth of a good guy with a gun. How many times does that theory have to fail? If a good guy with a gun stops mass shootings, then the United States would have the least mass shootings, not by far by most countries. We've had shootings at military bases. There's plenty of good guys with guns there. Shootings where police are on the scene. Shooting where there was an armed security guard. Shootings in places like Texas where it's common for citizens to walk around with guns. Only in America do we resort to thoughts and prayers and not votes and laws to address the problem. Australia had the Port Arthur massacre, which killed 35 and injured 23 in 1996. A conservative prime minister unveiled gun safety legislation 12 days later and got it passed. Australia went from 13 mass shootings in the prior 18 years to 1 from 1996 to 2018. After the 2019 Christchurch mosque shooting in New Zealand, which killed 51 people and injured 40, less than a month later, New Zealand's parliament voted 119 to 1 to pass gun safety legislation. In 2020, Canada had the Nova Scotia attacks, which killed 22 people. Less than 2 weeks later, their prime minister announced a ban on 1,500 assault weapons. Only in America do we have this problem over and over and over again. And only in America do we give thoughts and prayers and not act and change laws. Only in America do we have a gun issue. And I'm going to say to Mr. Buffington, his comments earlier about somebody saying they want to remove guns, I can speak for my colleagues up here that we've never said we want to remove guns altogether. Moms Demand Actions, for those folks that I've talked to, they never said they want to remove guns altogether. They want to have sensible gun laws and maybe look at possibly banning certain types of weapons, but not removing all guns. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Saines. First, high school graduation is a pivotal moment in a person's life. most people will graduate high school. That's not true for college, and so that's the one graduation you can almost guarantee to have. So congratulations to all the high school graduates in Loudoun County, and to the graduates, I will say, over the next week, you're going to see your parents walking around clutching your baby pictures and crying. Go hug them. Go hug your parents, because I tell you what, having a high school graduate is very, you look at them and you see this 17-year-old, but what you really see is a 4-year-old, and you're like, how's he going to go to college? How's he going to go to the military? He's not going to be okay without his mommy. So, so to all the graduates and all the parents, a big, big congratulations. Thank you for everyone who called me, texted me, wrote me, and sent prayers while I was ill. I am a person of faith, and I believe prayer changes things, and I cannot say how much I appreciate your prayers. Thank you. On the issue we've been discussing, 2 things were said, and I wrote them down as they were being said so I can get them verbatim, and I thought they were such important things, and I don't want to pass them by. Mr. Buffington said, and I quote, "Are there possibly some better laws that would reduce the prevalence of what's happening regarding guns?" He said, "I think so." Mr. Letourneau said, "Maybe some legislative changes need to happen." Those 2 statements are pretty big statements, guys. Those are big statements. So maybe instead of, talking on the fringes of we want to ban all guns or turn in all guns, which is not true, never heard that being said. And the other, fringe, maybe the discussion is inside those comments of what changes we can actually make. Mr. Kirshner said, we've always had assault weapons, but all of a sudden we have much more shootings. The answer is we have always had assault weapons. We also had an assault weapons ban that actually went away. And then when the assault weapons ban went away, we saw a prevalence of more shootings. I agree with Mr. Buffington. I worked in the prison system. Prisoners people who are going to commit crimes don't normally follow the law. But what is also interesting is that both in Buffalo and in Uvalde, the people who had guns, those 18-year-olds with guns, until they pulled the trigger, they had not broken a single law. Until the moment the trigger was pulled on the Uvalde shooting of his grandmother and the Buffalo shooter in the grocery store, not a single law was broken. So the fact that we can have 18-year-olds who have all kind of issues, who do not break the law until the moment they kill someone, actually says something. The fact that you have to be 21 to buy a handgun, but you can be 18 to buy an assault weapon, semi-assault weapon, is illogical. It's illogical. And so I do think that, that statement from Mr. Buffington, and thank you for saying that, Mr. Letourneau, is kind of where I believe, the most Americans live, which is what can we do to do something? And oh, by the way, if we're going to keep blaming mental health, and we shouldn't, but if we're going to keep blaming mental health, let's put in some red flag laws. Let's put more money into mental health treatment. You cannot tell me you think it's mental health and then want to suck all the money out of mental health treatment or complain if we fund programs that have mental health in them. I also want to talk a little bit because the statements regarding item number 4 that we're going to talk about tonight, the how we go about doing the timing for people who speak English as a second language, there were some incredibly disingenuous statements. And I work really closely with New Virginia Majority. I consider people in the New Virginia Majority my friends and my partners, but I was really concerned of some of the statements that were made tonight. No one has ever stopped anyone from speaking on our board in the language that you want to speak in, and no one ever will. That is not even the discussion. No one has ever tried to silence a voice or silence you to speak in your native language, and that is not the discussion. We will have the discussion tonight, and I think it's a discussion that we should have. And really, part of the discussion could be, how do we do it in a streamlined way so that everyone in the room can have hear an interpreter or something in the moment that the person is speaking in their native language. I think there's a way to do that, and we can talk about ideas to make sure that voice is heard by everyone in real time. but no one has ever talked about silencing voices, and there's never been a single time that anyone with any language has come in here and wanted to speak, and we did not only welcome it, but if they ask, we will provide an interpreter. The county will provide an interpreter. So that was very disingenuous statements by New Virginia majority members, and I'm just going to hope that doesn't happen again. Okay, supervisors, we got through board comments, we got through all this stuff. Now let's take a break, and I think we can do a good solid 15 minutes break. Thanks. You're all right. Supervisors, let's do, real quick, let's do nominations, please. So if you have a nomination, would you please turn on your light? Mr. Buffington.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I nominate Alana Boyajan as actually it's a renomination, to remain as Blue Ridge District Representative on the Library Board of Trustees. And I think you are planning on making the other nomination I was going to make, so I'll let you do that. Thank you.
Ms. Brixman?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I nominate Allison Metzger for at-large qualified nonprofit housing group representative for the Affordable Dwelling Unit Housing Advisory Board.
Thank you. And I'm going to withdraw the name of Donna Bohannon for the nominee as the Black History Committee representative to St. Louis, and nominate instead Lori Kimball. Her information, I believe, is already in, and you don't need anything from us for that, correct?
That's correct, ma'am.
Okay, all right. Anybody else? And David, do you need anything else? We don't need a vote on anything, correct?
No, ma'am. Ms. Kimball or Lori Kimball will come into confirmation at the next business meeting. We do have that letter that was distributed to the board supporting her.
And you had the person from the school too, right?
Yes,
Okay,
correct.
and that information's in also?
Yes.
From Banneker Elementary School?
Correct.
Okay, so there, at this point, I think those are, all the slots are have now been accounted for, yes?
I believe that's correct, yes.
Okay, all right, thank you. Supervisors, my legislative for Behavior and Community Health, Sarah Tuggle, did check today. There are a lot of outstanding positions on commissions, committees, and boards, and nominations to be made. In fact, with the exception of myself and Mr. Buffington, people have a lot of outstanding nominations. So check to see, and so you can fill up your positions, because they're important that we keep them staffed up. Okay, I'm going to go now to the information item, and then we'll go to item number 4, and then I'm going to hand the meeting to Mr. Sains and Mr. Turner after item number 4, the information item. Will staff please come to the table for information item broadband? Thank you. Two went on consent. The broadband item. Because they didn't want to come. Yeah, they didn't want to come. So this is the broadband update. Good evening.
Good evening, Madam Chair.
How are you?
Very good. Glad to hear you're feeling better.
Thank you. We're ready when you are.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, Supervisors. We're here to provide the second quarter update for the Loudon Broadband Initiative. We have 5 components of today's update that we wanted to go into some detail on. The first item is the VATI grant. As you may be reminded of, that in December of 2021, Loudon County and All Points Broadband received the award for a 2022 grant of $17.5 million for a fiber to the home solution for just over 8,600 residents in western Loudon County that are currently unserved. Loudon County, for that project, will serve as the grant administrator, while All Points and their partners will be responsible for constructing the network and providing service to individual addresses. In the January update, we had expected that the process to get to award execution, contract execution, would take 4 to 5 months. Things were a little slower this time because of the great, or the how large the project, or the not our project specifically, but the program had become because of the ARPA dollars that had been provided to the state specific to this grant. We got off to a little bit of a late start, but on May 2nd or May 4th, we finished, staff finished and provided all deliverables to DHCD, and on June 2nd, we were given the contract to be executed. That's gone through legal review and is currently in process, and we expect to have it fully executed within the week. A couple things just to remind you about the project. At this point, we have just over 8,600 homes that are in project. The All Points Fiber tool, which we've asked residents to register in to determine their eligibility, is currently at just over or just under 3,000 residents. So about a third of the eligible residents have signed up on the fiber.allpoints.broadband website. This is important because it's a communication tool that All Points Broadband will be using to notify residents as construction moves forward and as they get closer to signing or being in a position to provide service to individual homes. We ask that any of the supervisors who have an opportunity to reach their constituents to continue to promote that website as well as the county broadband page that we have available and contains a lot of this same information. So we fully expect the project to commence in the month of June. That doesn't mean that things haven't been happening prior to. Equipment orders have begun, permitting has started, and some early design work by the vendor or by our partner, All Points, has also commenced. So while technically the contract execution isn't going to take place for another week or two, there has been work that's been done to get this going as quickly as possible because obviously our constituents and residents are very eager to get this service delivered to them. The second item I wanted to touch on was a new program that DHCD has introduced called the LECAP program, which is Line Extension Customer Assistant Program. There's $8 million of ARPA funds that have been dedicated to this. It is for residents. There is an income limit depending on your zip code. For Loudon County, there's portions that have to be under $90,000, where other areas are under $133,000 is the cap. But it is to provide or deliver service to residents who otherwise do not have a fiber solution today. We included a link to the portal in the update. This will also be included on the Loudon County broadband page. This program is different than VATI because Loudon County government would not be an administrator of this program. If a resident believes they meet the criteria, they would go to the portal, make an application, work with a internet service provider to deliver the solution, and that's how it sort of takes the county out of the middle of the program. All this information is planned to go up on the website. The ISPs do need to qualify to participate, so there is some guidelines that the ISPs will need to follow. But we wanted to make everyone aware. The most important point of this, though, is that if you are included in the VATI grant project, you would not be eligible for the LECAP project. So what this gets back to is we knew that the VATI project was meant and intended to cover all unserved residents with a fiber solution today and provide them service. We knew that there was possible pockets of homes that because of FCC mapping and things of that nature were not included in the VATI project, but yet are still unserved. The importance of getting residents registered on the All Points broadband tool is that it helps flush out individuals that we think are served but are not, and therefore are not, and we find out are not in the VATI project. So the goal there is for us, for staff, to be able to identify residents who somehow fell through the cracks. This LECAP program is one example where that could help those individuals. Staff is compiling that list, though, now, It's currently under 20 homes that that have been identified to not be in VATI, which brings us to point 3. The ARPA funds that the board had approved last year, $1 million to be spent on broadband and providing broadband, is an area that we're looking to address those homes with. So obviously, LECAP has some limitations from a home income perspective, where the ARPA dollars that you set forth do not. So we are looking at right now where we've got one of the franchisees who's providing us a construction estimate for the homes that we've identified, and look to be able to move forward with something in the nearer term to provide a solution to those who may have fell through the cracks. The fourth item is the dark fiber initiative. In last fall, the board approved us moving forward with a phase 2 to the 6 far western locations. The design and permitting work is underway for those locations. We're expecting a 12 to 18 month delivery timeframe while the phase 1 continues to move forward. We're finishing rings with many of those locations. This will be just behind it. One of the examples of the success of this fiber is the Town of Hillsborough project, which has partnered with another ISP, last mile provider, who is providing service leveraging the Segra middle mile that has already been installed. The last update is on the Comcast and Verizon cable TV franchise renewal process, which is continuing to move forward. Right now, we're actively negotiating with Comcast, have not finished the Verizon negotiation at this point, and we are planning to bring a closed session item to the board in the June 21st meeting.
Okay.
Any questions?
I'm sure there would be questions or comments. Mr. Kirschner.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks again for the staff, specifically John and Dave, for all your hard work that you've been doing on this. This is, I mean, we've come light years in this since I've been on the board anyway, and I'm just really proud to have been a part of this and to see this, hoping to see this to fruition. That is kind of one of the first questions I have. In terms of, I understand we have a start date, at least targeted for June. I've been trying to have regular meetings with all points as well, but what is your understanding of obviously the start date, but the length, the completion, perhaps the build out of this process? Can you briefly speak to that?
So in total, there's over 600 miles of fiber that has to be installed, so not a minor undertaking.
No kidding.
I think the expectation that we've set forth is 24 to 30 months to complete the project in its entirety. Now, middle mile is going to be built simultaneously with last mile in locations, but it's not a sequential build. So that doesn't mean first resident doesn't see service for 24 to 30 months. It just means that's the end stage of the project.
Okay. So in terms of getting people signed up, obviously I know I've signed my house up. I know there have been a number of other people I've spoken to. How is that going in terms of the number? Because it's my understanding you need to go onto the portal or to the webpage. You need, and I've sent this out. It's on my Facebook. This link. People need to sign up. They need to make sure that their house is included. If it's not for some reason, obviously contact my office, Mr. Bovington's office, or the county staff. All points, I think, also can take some of those calls. But where are we in terms of that capture process, and do our offices need to continue to push this out and let people know, hey, you need to sign up in order to make sure you get this service installed?
So just to be clear, you do not need to register on the website to receive service. However, that is the key communication tool that All Points will be using, one of multiple communication tools that they'll be using. We're currently at 3,000, roughly.
Okay, so we're
a little over a third of the way.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. On the assistance, on the other assistance program of $8 million in ARPA money to students, have we identified any of those? When will that money be available? Number one, can you tell us a little bit how people can request that? Do they request that through the county? And have we identified any folks for that at this point?
Are you referring to the LECAP program?
Yeah,
that
I think it was
mentioned
the
here?
8 million that we had in ARPA funding, right?
Right, so that is 8 million in state funding.
Right.
And it's not specific to students. It's low and medium income homes
Right.
looking for last mile. It's an opportunity for residents who are not in the VATI project and are not currently served. But
Okay.
we also have the bucket of the $1 million ARPA funds that
Right.
the board. So
So
we
can
would
you-
prefer to do that because then we can get economies of scale for residents and cover the funds versus if they go onesie twosies, right? They have to go through the application process with the state. We, the county, are not involved in that process.
All right, so it's through the state. Okay.
Correct.
All right, if we could get some information in my office, how to inform people about that so we can get out newsletters. Thank you.
Thank you. That's okay. Mr. Buffington?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, staff, for all your work on this and this update. So there's either the VATI program, which should cover the vast majority, the LECAP, which should cover folks who qualify and need assistance, or we have the $1 million in ARPA that we set aside. About a third of those that we know about who don't have, or who are under, or who are not served or underserved, have already registered on All Points Broadband's website. So we are going to put our news flash out, I'm sure many of the other board members are, to encourage the remaining two-thirds to go to that site and register. If they then find out that they are not going to be covered, then the other two options that we can help with are the LECAP, which is really not something we're helping with other than pointing them in the right direction to the state, right, and giving them the link for that in the forms, and the ARPA. And so I want to focus a little bit on the ARPA. So once we identify somebody who we think is a good candidate for us to help with that $1 million in ARPA that we set aside, what should we do? Just get you the name and address of those folks?
Yes, so if someone has come to you and said they're not in the VATI project, bring that address to us and their contact information. What we're doing is plotting those out, providing it to one of the providers and saying what, from an economies of scale, how close is your infrastructure to their homes, and how many homes can you hit out of this, grouping. And so that's where we're at right now. We expect to get a quote for the first, I would say, 15 homes that we've identified in the next couple of weeks, and then we determine a path forward from there.
And that list is very small right now. And I'm assuming, we believe that that list will remain pretty small because we're thinking this 8,600 plus homes is really all there is out there.
That
that's
is
unserved.
correct, yes.
Okay. All right. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Ms. Brixman?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we've already allocated $1 million of the county's ARPA funds to this. Do we see this, that we would need to come back to the board for any additional funds, either ARPA or fund balance or anything like that? Or do we think we have the costs pretty much?
It's very difficult to say, and the reason I say that is because these 15 homes that we've identified as an example could require 20 miles of cabling to be able to deliver to those 15 homes, as an example. What that cost structure looks like from, say, a Comcast or Verizon, I'm not certain at this point. So it'll depend on how much those homes cost, because they're very much in pockets of places that are fairly unreachable, which just makes it more expensive typically. But we do have the LECAP program as now a fallback, again, if the income components of it are met. So there's at least something additional out there that the state is providing that we can also consider.
The state is providing $8 million across the entire state for this?
That is correct.
Okay, so that's interesting. So is it kind of like a first come, first serve, and maybe we should tell people pretty quickly to go apply for it?
I would ask them first to validate because they can't be in the VATI project and be eligible for LECAP. So that is sort of the rub right here. So we would really ask that they validate that their address is there first, either through our office or directly on the tool, and then we can take necessary next steps from there.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. All I want to say, first of all, Mr. Kirshner asked all my questions, and that's good because I don't have the breath to ask them, so thank you. And I want to thank you all, and I also want to thank the Communications Committee for the work they've been doing over the past couple of years. They've been really focused on this. For the staff and for that committee, thank you both so much. And that is it, I do believe. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Supervisors, we're going to go to item number 4, and Mr. Saines is going to go straight to a motion on this item, and then we'll just have a discussion within the motion. Thank you.
I move that the board.
I should actually, for the record, say what item number 4 is. Let me just, or make Mr. Saines say for the record item number 4 is.
Yes, for the record, the proposed amendments to the Board of Supervisors Rules of Order procedures for the public input process.
Okay.
Countywide.
Thank you.
I move that the Board of Supervisors forward this item to the July 5th board business meeting for further consideration and a final vote. And I further move that the board direct staff to reach out to other jurisdictions in the region about how they handle speakers at board meetings who speak languages other than English and report back to the board with best practices from these jurisdictions. And I further move that the board direct staff to assess what capacity the county has to have interpreters on site at meetings who speak languages common in Loudon County. If the county lacks existing capacity, staff should determine what it would take for the county to acquire it and report back to the board with options and recommendations.
Second. Okay, I'll give it to Mr. Buffington since this was kind of, yeah, Mr. Buffington, second. Sure.
Right. Thank you, Madam Chair. As it's been documented, we've had some conversations offline and online on how we are handling having non-English speakers come and speak in front of us. Of course, we all, I believe, want to have all of our residents, English speaking, non-English speaking, please feel free to come and share their opinions and thoughts with us. We're just trying to find the best way to make that happen for them and for us and for the meeting to flow accordingly. So I think taking a pause and having staff look at some other options is a good option for us. And so hopefully we can vote for this and hear back with us from staff on July 5th.
Thank you. Anybody else? Ms. Brixman, I'm sorry, Ms. Brixman.
That's okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I think I can support this motion. I just wanted to ask staff if does this motion cover potentially contacting some in the community, like the speakers that were here tonight, to talk to them about, what might work best for them? Would that be included in this, do you think?
So Supervisor Brisbane, I am interpreting that motion to mean that we would check with our comparator jurisdictions to see how they handle it and not necessarily survey participants at public input.
Okay. So I this did make me a little bit nervous when I saw the item. I was concerned that we were talking to stakeholders who are interested in making sure that they can get their message to the board and speak to the board. I'm okay with the process that we had, frankly. It was a little bit cumbersome, but it seemed to work. And I was a little bit nervous about the options in the item because to me, when someone's coming to speak, we want them to speak from their hearts. And if it's just on a piece of paper or just an interpreter saying their thoughts, we may not feel the emotion or see the emotion or how important it is to them. And I do understand that Chair Randall's been speaking to that community. I guess I would want their input, and I'm not quite sure how to go about making sure that we get their input in this process, aside from supervisors talking to them. So I don't know if we need additional direction, maybe in the direction to county staff. If Supervisor Saines and Supervisor Buffington would agree to just add a friendly that we direct staff to also reach out to stakeholder communities on this issue.
Just a point of, I don't know what the point of what, but I would ask what is staff's capacity before I would, if you don't mind asking what
That's
staff's
fine.
capacity.
Would you have capacity to do that?
So if the request from the board is for us to survey those who speak at public input, then I would ask for an additional couple months because we would need to do that outreach.
And that's up to the maker of the motion and the seconder of the motion.
I'm fine with that. All right, so I'll amend it to, if we said Mr. Hemstreet, September? Because August we're on break.
Second meeting in September.
Second meeting in September, sure. So I'll
Thank you.
Would the second be okay with that?
Do you need any other? Okay.
No. Ms. Umstead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was actually pretty comfortable with the original proposal from the chair and Supervisor Buffington. I'm worried that we're giving some folks twice as much time as other folks under the current system. I do appreciate the chair's solution on the fly when we had a whole slew of folks signed up to speak, and the chair allowed us to go past the normal 90 minutes to ensure that everyone who had signed up to speak, regardless of language abilities, would be allowed to speak. I do not have a problem with encouraging and allowing people who want to address the board in a language other than English. I don't have a problem with them speaking in their own language and presenting a written transcript. In lieu of that, I don't mind going forever for however long it takes to make sure that everybody, regardless of whichever language they want to speak in, gets a chance to speak. But I'm not sure it's fair to give some people twice as long as other people when it comes to providing their message. So that, I don't have a problem with the vice chair's motion, but I just, out of fairness to everyone, I think everybody should have the same amount of time to speak.
Thank you. So one of the speakers said that it's because of the time. That's not really the issue, the time. I'm happy to do what I did before and just extend the time for people to speak. That's not the issue. The issue is, I think they said language justice, but I think justice is an important word. If it's the same message from one person, then that person shouldn't get double the time to give the same message. Imagine all of us up here understood whatever language somebody came and spoke to us in. We all understood it. At that point, that person would only get 2 minutes, right? If we all understood the language that they were speaking. So, you know, I think it's maybe time for us to step up into a new kind of a place of using the technology we have. You know, is there times when we can have on the headphones? And so as they're speaking to us, as people are speaking to us in their language, there's an interpreter in our ear so we can know what they're saying at the time that they're saying it. Now, they'll just get 2.5 minutes, but we'll have on interpreter headphones. I have gone to meetings run by New Virginia Majority and put on headphones so that I can understand what was being said at the time in real time. So it has nothing to do with wanting people to or not speak in their language. That's not the issue. The issue is giving one person double the time to give us the same message. And how do we do that differently so everyone feels like they're being treated fairly? And there are a lot of new technologies we may not be aware of yet, and new tools we can use that would let people be heard in their own language, but streamline the process. That's all I'm looking to do here, streamline the process. And maybe in the end, we find out there's nothing that can be done. Maybe there's not. Maybe we have to do what we're doing. But let's have the discussion, because everyone, the rules of order is a person gets 2.5 minutes to say what they want to say. So that's one message. And so I'm trying to get to the one message. And let's figure out how to do that. I am more than happy to reach out to and sit down with and talk to any groups and take any ideas. But what I won't have happen, no matter who you are, no matter how much I appreciate you, no matter how much I like you, no matter how good friends we are, what I will not have is false accusations against this board that we don't allow people to speak and speak in their own language. I will not allow false accusations against myself or my colleagues. That I won't have. Period. The end. Hard stop. Would you like to close?
Sure. I'll just quickly say that some folks, yes, they do come with their prepared remarks because they have a family member or a friend who can help them and translate, but not everybody has that capabilities. And yes, we are very thankful of the New Virginia majority who's been able to do that for majority of the time when their membership do come to speak. But we do have other folks who are not part of the New Virginia majority who are having difficulties. And let's be honest, I shouldn't say it this way, but well, as of right now, it tends to be mostly Spanish-speaking folks that come and speak to us most of the time. But who knows? There might be a time when somebody from French or French-speaking or Haitian Creole or some other language might come and speak. And what are we going to do? So hopefully staff can look into this a little bit further for us, find out what other jurisdictions are doing, come back with some best practices. And Chair Randall's correct. It's 2022. Let's start acting like it. So if there's some technology we can bring in here, let's do so. And she's absolutely right. I've done this in a few town halls and meetings with the New Virginia majority when I put on the headsets and get the translation in real time. So thank you for everybody's comments. We'll see what staff brings back in September, and we'll go from there. Thank you.
All right. Motion made by Supervisor Saines, seconded by, oh, good Lord, seconded by Supervisor Buffington. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed? That motion will pass 9-0. Okay, the next item is the Fleetwood item. I am going to take my leave because, I can only, I'll say this. If I was talking to my best friend, I would tell my best friend to go home right now. So I'm going to be my own best friend and take myself home right now. So see you all later. Actually, take myself home after I talk to Mr. Hemstreet in the back.
Okay. All right. We have staff in front of us for Fleetwood. You guys ready?
Yes, just give me one moment.
No problem. Take your time. I believe there is some updates, so everybody should be okay with getting the updates from staff first before we jump into a conversation. All right, ready when you are.
Okay. Good evening, Marshall Brown from Planning and Zoning. Before we begin, I would like to note that you should have an email in your packet this evening that contains updated information regarding student generation rates. The project assessment from Loudon County Public Schools included in this email, dated June 7th, 2022, today's date, contains the corrected student generation rates that are consistent with the school board's FY23 CIP document. Project assessments in the action item packet and the supplemental item contain erroneous information. And I would like to note that the updated LCPS project assessment does not alter staff's recommendation for Fleetwood South, and that the outstanding issues noted in the staff reports for you this evening remain the same. I do have staff from LCPS here this evening to answer any questions you may have about that. I do have a very brief presentation. Otherwise, I'm happy to go ahead and take questions.
Does everybody want the brief presentation? Yeah. Yes? Okay, yep, go ahead.
Brief presentation, okay. Again, this site is located in the Blue Ridge District. The proposal is to rezone 86.97 acres from TR3 UBF, Transitional Residential 3, Upper Broad Run, Foley, to R4. This is to develop 246 single-family detached units, which include 12.5% as ADUs, 31 units, and 1 unmet housing needs unit. There are 3 zoning modifications to reduce front, side, and rear setbacks, to modify lot width and increase lot coverage, as well as to permit single-family units to front a private drive. This is the CDP. Just a brief reorientation. Fleetwood Road runs along the south, the bottom portion of the image. The ZMOD for the private drives is located on the far right side of the image where the yellow star is, so it is only about 8 lots, I believe, that have this particular private access. Otherwise, lots that are shaded in pink are 40-foot lots, I believe, and lots shaded in pink are 50 feet wide, and in orange are 40 feet wide. The one update to this item is that the applicant has revised Proffer 2, which is the development scope. This includes a new provision subject to satisfaction of and compliance with all other governmental requirements, and the proffer set forth herein. Occupancy permits shall not be issued for more than 70 residential units on the property prior to December 31st, 2025. This is the only change that has been made to the proffer since this was at the last board business meeting, May 17th. Again, outstanding issues do remain. This particular property is located in the Upper Broad Run policy sub area, which is listed as Phase 2 and the transition policy area phasing. Until Phase 2 is implemented, the 2019 GP states that this property has to develop under large lot place type, the large lot neighborhood place type. The current zoning TR3 UBF implements the place type as we would like to see, and that would allow 29 single-family dwelling units on site. What the applicant has proposed is an increase in density of about 8.5 times what the 2019 GP would otherwise allow. In addition, the capital facilities contribution in the proffers does not include a contribution for the unmet housing needs unit, which is a deficit of $49,211.59. Planning Commission did recommend denial, or send this to the board with a recommendation of denial at the February 10th, 2022 work session. Staff is also recommending denial of the applications as it does not meet the phasing policies for the 2019 GP transition policy area, as well as capital facilities policies. And with that, I am happy to take any questions.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for staff? All right, Mr. Turner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What are the criteria that were envisioned in the comprehensive plan to implement Phase 2?
So the criteria to implement Phase 2, essentially it requires the board to initiate a CPAM. The language itself does state that until such a subsequent phase is amended, it has to fall under the large lot place type. So in order for us to consider this under small lot, we have to initiate a CPAM. The board has to initiate CPAM to move it forward.
I remember, I read that verbiage. I'm getting at the layer below that, though. What was the intent of the authors of the comprehensive plan, the 2019 comprehensive plan, what were we looking for in the CPAM or the community plan process? We're trying to examine infrastructure elements that we then determine are sufficient to go to Phase 2. What are those infrastructure elements that the plan was envisioning that we would have that we don't have now?
So it is public facilities and services. That's everything from transportation, water and sewer, parks, and schools. So any kind of public facility or public service that also includes, fire and rescue. And the goal of moving it from a different phase is really to determine whether or not timing and appropriate land use changes and public facilities are in place to accommodate higher density development.
Do you see anything currently right now that would prevent us from ever going to Phase 2?
I would have to defer answer on that one.
Okay. I think that's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Letourneau?
So because we're not ready to go to Phase 2, where you're saying that GP would have us stay in large lot, but let's talk for a minute about where they want to go, which is the transition small lot neighborhood place type. The intent of the transition small lot neighborhood place type was to have smaller units that would effectively be more affordable naturally because they were not as big. Is that a fair statement?
I believe that was a consideration.
Okay. But there are two Z mods here that changed the lot coverage of these lots to allow for more house to be built on the lot, allowing for a larger unit, right?
That's correct.
Right. Which I think is completely the opposite of what the board intended. In terms of the school numbers, this has been a mess, obviously. This has gone back and forth several times. Let's just kind of cut to the chase. The bottom line is, even with the limit of 70 units in 2025, there is still going to be a space deficit on the high school level going into the 26-27 school year and then the 27-28 school year of 313 students and 430 students over school capacity. And that capacity already includes 8 modular classrooms at Independence High School, right?
That's correct.
Okay. At the middle school level, there is another middle school that's being planned. And then we went back and forth at the elementary school level, and we landed on this is in the Madison's Trust Zone, but that's not a capacity concern ultimately. It looked like it was for a day or so, but then there was...
Right. I would defer specific answers about the numbers to LCPS staff. I would say, though, that the document that you have in that email, I guess, shows in the 27-28 school year 92% capacity at Madison's Trust. For a deeper dive, I would defer to LCPS.
All right, welcome. Go ahead and introduce yourself.
Hi, Beverly Tate, Director of Planning Services. And you are so correct, and I do apologize for the multitude of emails. I take sole responsibility of that. But it is Madison's Trust that this property would be located in, and based upon our current projections in CIP, there would be capacity where we are not at 100% by
Right.
the end of this.
So it's the high school level that there's not capacity at.
That is correct, and it does reflect the modulars, as you noted.
Including the modulars.
Yes, sir.
Still not capacity. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Buffington.
Thank you. Can you go to the second slide in your presentation? So the main road here that this would be off of, and correct me if I'm wrong, staff, is Fleetwood Road right here, right?
That's correct.
And just a couple years ago, when I first came on the board, I guess in 2016, that was a gravel road, windy, hilly, some pretty sharp curves on that road, right? And then we had VDOT pave it under the Rural Rustic Program, which is basically they just pave in place, no widening, no cutting of trees next to the gravel road, anything like that. Pave in place. And that's still the situation on that roadway, right?
With the exception of coming from the north Evergreen Mills Road down to where you see the roundabout location, that section of road has been improved to current standards.
That's true. From Evergreen Mills Road over here, coming down over here as Evergreen Mills Road, and Brambleton's all over here.
Correct.
Coming down Fleetwood, this is now has been widened, but about right here, it turns into gravel, all the way down to Route 50, correct?
Well, not gravel, but paved.
I'm sorry, paved in place, but it has not been widened, one lane each way, very windy, very hilly, correct?
Correct.
And is there any plan in place that we are aware of, or any CIP project to widen that?
There's nothing programmed in our current CIP.
Right. And so I'll save my comments for the comment period.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Brixman.
Thank you, Vice Chair Saines. I'm a little bit confused on the new schools that are getting built in the area that might take some of these students. So what are the new schools that are projected there?
Within the school board's adopted CIP, which I believe is also adopted by the board this past April, we have MS-14, which will be constructed on property that is at the intersection of Red Hill Road, Ryan Road, and Evergreen Mill.
That's a middle school.
That is a middle school, and that is to open in the fall of 2024.
Okay.
We do have plans, and we will be beginning that process, the legislative process, to build a high school also on that property that the school board has identified to open in the fall of 2028. But that funding for that and the legislative approval. We have not started that process with you all.
Okay, and then, so once that second high school opens, hopefully in '28, will that relieve it's not Light Ridge, Independence of the trailers?
It will relieve the enrollment at Independence High School. Yes, hopefully the board's boundaries would change that.
Okay.
Whether the modular classrooms are removed at that specific time or not, that would be subject to enrollment at that time and boundaries adopted.
Okay, and how often or frequently are you able to accelerate those projects by a year or two?
It's not, I don't believe it's possible to
Not
accelerate
possible.
HS 14 any earlier.
Okay, and is there an elementary school being built?
We do have a plan to put an elementary school on that property as well, but the year and the ES number has not been assigned to that yet.
So that's way out there.
It could be, or we have several elementary schools in the Dulles North area that we've pre-identified at this point. We've looked at Silver District West. We have other sites. So we could, depending upon where the growth is coming, the school board could say that we would be
Draw
better
new lines,
served
so to
to
speak.
put the
Yeah,
school there
okay.
rather than
Okay.
build.
And then staff, is there any other way to kind of get out of the neighborhood and to a major road than going south on Fleetwood to Route 50?
I don't believe so. I think that's the primary route. I know that Heartland Drive will eventually connect down there, but I do not believe that's the intended primary route.
And if you go north on Fleetwood, does it eventually hit Evergreen? Is that what happens? Okay. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Kushner?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I have a couple of questions. I know the staff's big hang up and what's been in the information is kind of, hey, this is phase 2. We haven't had a comp plan on this, and the infrastructure, because of the infrastructure issue. But it's my understanding that this area is largely built out already. Is that, or at least the phase 2 area? Is that generally, I mean, there might be a few lots here and there, but and that may be some of the constraints on the schools at the moment because this area is already largely built out. Is that fair to say?
There is a large amount of by-right development in this area. That's correct.
That's already been built out, right? Okay. So we're not talking about a lot more land that may actually get developed here. So we do have all 4 lanes. You pointed out on Fleetwood. It's paved all the way over to 50, correct? They have water. We have sewer.
They will be responsible for extending water and sewer.
But there's water and sewer in the area, so that infrastructure is there. So when we talk about the infrastructure, if we came in with a CPAM now, is it not ripe for that?
That would be a determination made at the CPAM stage.
So essentially, staff's kind of decision is, listen, the CPAM hasn't come in yet because we don't believe maybe the infrastructure is quite there, but we don't know whether or not it's ripe for the CPAM. So I'm struggling kind of why this recommendation is. I mean, I do know why it's made from a technical perspective, but from a practical perspective, it seems to me that this particular development area is ripe and ready to be developed. There may be some constraints on infrastructure, some schools, but my understanding is the applicant has also made a proffer that no more than the 70 residential units on the property prior to December 31st, 2025. Is that proffer still stand?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Those are really all my questions. It just seems to me, I mean, we have a huge park near here. Hanson Park's not too far off, correct? So that's part of the infrastructure that would be considered as part of phase 2 as well. Am I right?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
It's in the upper right corner of the graphic that's shown on the screen.
So when we talk about, hey, we don't have the infrastructure, what is staff referring to specifically?
I believe part of the discussion at that point in time was also the poor traffic connections to Prince William County as one of the overall reasons for phasing. We have some long-term plans to address traffic in this county, but they don't necessarily match up with Fairfax and Prince William, so we may end up seeing...
So we have an infrastructure issue that Prince William has an infrastructure issue that we can't really deal with.
No.
Fair enough. All right.
Okay, thank you. I have a quick question. What is...
Oh, we can't.
'Cause I know this is an older graphic, but so is this all homes now, it looks like?
Yes, that's by right development, Heartland.
Okay, and then what's going,
That is the Fleetwood Farm Winery, I believe.
okay. And you can go back up, you said these are homes now, or they're not there?
Yes, they are under development now.
Okay, but they're
Not
under-
built out. That's correct. Not built
Okay,
out.
and then what about in this?
That is a part of Hanson Park.
Okay,
The
right.
yes, that's a part of Hanson Park.
And here?
Those are private lands, not a part of any development.
Okay, all right, thank you. All right, everybody got their questions in? Okay, staff gave us the update. We got the update from the LCPS. And we have the new latest and greatest and correct information. All right, perfect. Okay. Oh, I have one question. Okay, so the updated proffer with the phasing, can you talk about that a little bit? Besides, I guess staff still can't support it, but how would the phasing work?
So the phasing is really fairly simple language. It just says that they will not pull any more than 70 zoning permits for individual lots before December 31st, 2025. So before that time, 70 units. Afterwards, that proffer has been fulfilled, and they could continue development with the rest.
Okay, but it'll be, again, well, as it says, the phased approach.
Right.
Okay, very good. All right, this is in the Blue Ridge District, so I will go to Mr. Buffington for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that the Board of Supervisors deny ZMAP 2020-004, ZMOD 2020-008, ZMOD 2020-009, and ZMOD 2020-0010. Fleetwood South, based on the findings for denial provided as Attachment 1 to the June 7th, 2022 Board of Supervisors Business Meeting Action Item.
Okay, motion to deny made by Supervisor Buffington, seconded by Supervisor Letourneau. Mr. Buffington, your opening.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I really am not sure why we seem, some of us, to be pushing so hard to increase density in this undeveloped area with insufficient infrastructure, especially in roadway infrastructure, by 8.5 times from what they can already do. They can already build 29 units. We're going to increase it 8.5-fold, basically so we can get 32 affordable units from the comments I've heard from my colleagues. The lack of school capacity is an issue. I've heard many of you talk about this on other applications throughout the county. It's a major issue. Doesn't seem to be an issue now. On this application, I'm not sure why. We have a lot of students currently in local schools that are operating out of trailers, and it's only going to get worse with this. Again, lack of sufficient infrastructure. Fleetwood Road, which is the main road that this is all going to be built off of, also has Heartland development being built off of it right now. I drove by there today. It looks completely different from this view because of all of the construction that's going on, and you can already start to see some of those houses. So all of that is going to be added in addition to all of this, whenever this is built, onto a rural, rustic, one-lane each-way roadway that also, by the way, has a lot of cut-through traffic that runs north and south from Route 50 over to Brambleton and other developed areas in that portion that are also, by the way, continuing to develop. As Supervisor Letourneau said, if we were really trying with this, and I've heard a lot of the comments have been that we're trying to get more affordable housing, then why would there only be 32 out of the 246 units that are affordable? And why would we be seeking all of these setback reductions on the front, side, and rear yards and seeking to increase lot coverage? That goes against making things cheaper. You build a bigger house, it makes it more expensive, not cheaper. So with that, I'm going to be consistent and continue to be against this. I think we should keep it as is for now until some point in the future, if they wanted to wait that long, until Fleetwood is widened and built to current VDOT standards. And there's no plan for that, as staff already mentioned. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Buffington. Supervisor Letourneau.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. The definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result. We have just lived through 15 years of insanity in this part of the county. And anybody who lives down there, which most of you don't, can tell you that. Constant changes of attendance boundaries, constant infrastructure problems, roads that weren't built, overcrowded schools, traffic lights that we had to rush because of safety issues, you name it. And we've been through it in this specific part of the county. When we decided to go to a higher density development in the comprehensive plan, it was part of a very deliberate, very concerted effort on the board to try to drive affordability naturally, not just through affordable units, but we essentially made a bargain. We said, yeah, we know it's going to be tough having some higher density here, and we know the infrastructure may not support it a while, which is why we did this phased approach. We were very deliberate in this. Route 50 has no capacity when you get east. All these people are going to be coming down here. We could throw $1 billion at it, and we're still not going to fix the problem. So we knew there were going to be some issues, but we also said maybe we can get at the affordability issue by driving naturally smaller houses. So the very first application that comes, this board is about to approve 2 Z-mods to throw out the lot size restrictions that we put on here specifically to get smaller units. For that reason, we put that in there in the GP. We don't have our planning director anymore. We don't have Dan, who did the comp plan. If they were here, they would tell you that's what the discussion was on the last board. That's why we did it this way, specifically. And now the very first application that comes, which is the test case that will determine the rest of the rezonings in this area, we're going to approve these Z-mods, and we're going to go ahead and allow the larger lot size units, larger houses, and just walk away from that affordability argument. Now, we've talked a little bit about what's happening in this area. The Dulles North Planning District has 21,099 approved residential units that are unbuilt as of September 2021. Brambleton alone has almost 7,000 of them. So in the school generation, potential LCPS students is another 1,300 students. That's LCPS numbers in the school board of capital budget. So I don't think it's accurate, as Mr. Kirshner just said, to say this is all built out. It's not. I just read you those numbers. Heartland here is just beginning. It's a large by right development. Let's talk about the timing. I appreciate the fact that we have a proffer for 2025. The problem is the school capacity at Independence High School in 25-26, we're 88 over without this project. In 26-27, we're 313 over. And in 27-28, before the new school is going to be built, we're 430 students over with no plan. So the plan is going to be the school board is going to have to come to us and say, board, we need you to suddenly make room for a $130 million high school in your CIP a year earlier. That's about the only thing they can do because we're 430 students over at Independence without this project. So I don't get why. I understand the rezoning. I would support higher density here, but this is too much and it's out of sequence. I don't get it.
Thank you, Mr. Letourneau. Any other comments? No other comments? Okay, I will go to Mr. Buffington for your closing.
I'm going to leave it with Matt Letourneau's comments there. I think he nailed every single point, and I didn't hear anybody try and refute any of that. I think my bet is that this is probably going to pass. Everybody who's here knows how they're going to vote. I feel like you guys probably know you have 5 votes in support of this, and it's just unfortunate. I guess you can start my time since I'm rambling on. It's just unfortunate. It's just, and you can reduce it by a minute because I've been rambling on. It's just unfortunate because, Heartland is building out. This is going to build out. Brambleton's building out with things that are already approved. And that's just a few, and there are many, many more in this area. When they go south from here to Route 50, thank God we got that traffic light put in there because it's a horrible intersection. If they go down there and make a right on Route 50 and try and go west, within a mile there'll be a Hammer Down barbecue, which we've been trying to get a roundabout for safety reasons for years, and for some reason nothing seems to be happening. I know there's a lot of work, DTCI behind the scenes, and we're trying to make progress, but you can't see that when you drive by there, and they're still dealing with the same issues that keep compounding because of all of this by right development and things we keep approving. And so it's just going to get worse. Matt's right. Supervisor Letourneau is right about the schools. They're going to be back asking for accelerated high school. And so you'll see. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. So again, this is a motion to deny the application. So if you're in favor of denying the application, you're going to vote yes, yay. And if you are not in favor of denying the application, then you're going to vote nay. Okay? Everybody got it? All right, all those in favor of denying this application, please say aye. Aye. And those opposed, say nay. Nay. And I believe the nays have it, with the ayes being Supervisor Letourneau, Supervisor Umstead, and Supervisor Buffington, 3. And then we have Supervisor Turner, myself, Brixman, Kushner, and Glass saying no. And we have Chair Randall off the dais.
Still need to make another motion to actually approve, don't we?
Yes, we do. So is
Somebody other than me can make
another
that.
motion? Anybody? You can make it. All right, I can give you time. Yeah, all you're going to do is just remove deny and say approve. Well, all right, I'll go ahead and make the motion since. Tony, give him your thing. Good, I'll let a Western person make it. Yep. Right, do we get that, Ms. Jenny? Oh, do we have a second? Second by Supervisor Glass. Okay, motion made to approve Fleetwood South is made by Supervisor Kushner, seconded by Supervisor Glass. Mr. Kushner, you have any commentary?
Yeah, just a couple things. I have a little bit of disagreement with Mr. Letourneau on some of this. First of all, if you read the item, the size of the houses are actually limited in the item. So I think that's something that Mr. Letourneau doesn't point out when he says that the lot size. So I think that really does help the affordability in this particular situation. And so it kind of counters the argument that, hey, these won't be affordable homes. I also think that, the whole recommendation for denial in this case by staff anyway is that we don't have the infrastructure. And the best answer that I got was, hey, we may have some issues with the school. I don't disagree with that. That's going to have to be addressed. I don't know if every single housing development that we ever approve on this board must indeed have every single perfect element checked off. Obviously, we need a lot of it. Sounds like schools are coming online and maybe a little bit later than some of these, but they have proffered no more than 70 before 2026. So I think that's also something we have to take into mind here. But other than that, all the infrastructure is there, but for some apparently Prince William issues. And I don't know if we can really suggest that. But this area, quite frankly, is, when you look at it, is largely built out. I mean, at least the Phase 2 area. And so approving this one development, which will ultimately, if some of the board initiative is to make sure we have affordable housing, especially affordable homes that can be purchased, which really we don't have anywhere else in the county, then this is probably a pretty good project to support in this particular case. I would also note that this particular builder has built a number of other developments within the county that I find to be very attractive. I anticipate this will be an excellent product, quite frankly, at the end of the day, and an attractive product here in this particular area. So obviously I don't generally like supporting homes. I do think this area was really, under the new comp plan, once we apparently have a comprehensive plan amendment, is ready for this sort of development. Much of it is by right already around there. So because of those reasons, I think I will certainly support this. And I think it will be an excellent development. And I think those infrastructure issues are a little over concerned. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Kushner. I see Supervisor Turner.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. So I want to tackle go from easy to hard. The first one is the proffer for the UNU. I'm going to recommend that FIC change it so we don't require capital fees from anything that can be classified as attainable housing. And with that, the applicant offered up $25,000 towards the $49,000. And so that, to me, is an inconsequential, and hopefully that requirement and that glitch in the verbiage is going to go away fairly soon. Next one up is the schools. This is not in any way intended to be a pejorative on anybody in the school system or that dealt with any of this stuff. I understand. Mistakes happen. It's not a big deal. I have questioned the school numbers since I've been a supervisor. For 2.5 years, I've looked at charts that say, well, that school's going to be 109%, but that's okay. That's not a problem. That one's going to be 104%, but that's okay. Well, to me, 100% is 100%. If you're over 100%, it's a problem. And if it's not a problem, you got to give me some kind of gauge of how much over 100% it can be before it is a problem. So I don't think I've ever seen schools numbers that, in my judgment, had everything under 100%. But I've always heard schools are okay from county staff and from LCPS. So to me, I just can't imagine turning down a multi-million-dollar project, which I agree with Supervisor Kirshner is a very attractive and innovative project based on schools numbers that have been, in my judgment, imprecise, sufficiently imprecise to not make that kind of a damning judgment on just that data from the very beginning. Which brings me back to the big one, which is the trigger mechanism to implement Phase 2. In one of my initial discussions with staff, I thought that one of the key infrastructure elements of the initiation of Phase 2 was transportation connectivity with the surrounding counties, and that the surrounding counties are not going to increase that infrastructure. And so in my mind, I thought, well, we're never going to reach those triggers. But in this discussion, and I'll be very honest, Supervisor Turner, you came pretty close. I was 60-40 coming into this discussion, and you got me back to 51-49. I got to give you credit for that, as only you can do. But to be honest with you, one of the things that popped into my head was the reason we have problems in this area. One of the biggest factors that we have problems in this area is because of all the by right development. And by right development doesn't have to make contributions to the county for infrastructure. We have to bear that burden all ourselves. So what we're basically saying is we're going to deny a very attractive planned community because all the by right development have not had to proffer any of the transportation infrastructure that a legislative application would have required them to proffer. And so we're going to take this community, which is, I think, a very attractive community, and say no because of largely because of all the by right development. I think we will solve the transportation problem. I think we'll solve the schools problem. I simply refuse to believe that 223 additional students in a school system of 85,000 students over 5 years is going to be a showstopper. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Turner. Letourneau.
Yep, I promise I won't relitigate everything. Just on the size, though, the units are supposed to be between 3,000 and 3,500 square feet, but that doesn't include additional structures like garages, and they can go below grade. So if you really think a between 3,000 and 4,500 square foot single-family home in this area is going to be affordable, then I have a bridge in Brooklyn I can sell you, or at least over the Broad Run. Well, maybe that too. I think the problem is where Supervisor Turner presented sort of path A and path B, and I think there is a path C, and we just didn't get there on this application. Because I even said at the public hearing, I was part of the group at the comprehensive plan that worked really hard on this. And one of my old supervisor friends who was on the board at that time just texted me during this and said, you're exactly right about what we were trying to do here, because I am. I mean, it's fact. It's just what it said. It's what we said at the time. But the point is, I think we could have approved a rezoning here. We could have gone to higher density, but this is 8.5 times. And the issue is this sets the standard for what else happens. So it's not just this one in the vacuum. It's everything that comes around. And yeah, Mr. Turner's right. Maybe this 232 kids isn't a showstopper, but then the next one comes, and the next one comes, and the next one comes, and we haven't really addressed this. I would love to take Supervisor Kirshner on an infrastructure tour of Dulles North and South, and he can tell me if he thinks that there aren't really infrastructure issues or that they're all in Prince William County. Let's start at Route 50 and Loudon County Parkway, which is a parking lot where these folks are going to head to. So we're going to need to make a lot of investment there. But I think with this application, we could have scaled it back. We could have gotten better proffers along Fleetwood Road to actually correct that section that they're going to be implementing and actually get it approved to the standard. There's not even curbs and gutters. There's no shoulders here. So we're not even making them do that. So I think we could have done that. And we could have approved something that had a little bit less density that was better handling some of these issues that we brought up. And so part of the reason I'm voting against this is because I just don't think it's a good enough package for us, considering all the negatives that go with it, which we talked about. It's not that it's not a good project. It's not that it's not attractive. It's not that it's not great. We're getting single-family affordables. But I would have traded at least a little bit of that to actually address some of these issues and not, in my mind, create what I think will be an issue for us down the road with all the other applications that could come here. But you're right. I mean, the by right has created some of these issues, and it's okay to go ahead and encourage rezonings. We just need to, that doesn't mean we have to hook, line, and sinker accept what's in front of us. So that's the reason for my vote. Appreciate it.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Letourneau. Any other commentary? Nope. Mr. Kushner, you have a closing?
Nope.
Nope. All right, so we'll go to a motion to approve the application. So again, if you're in favor of the application, you're going to vote yay. If you're not in favor of the application, you're going to vote nay. A motion was made by Supervisor Kushner, seconded by Supervisor Glass. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Nay. Nay, okay.
I'm abstaining, Vice Chair.
And we have one abstention. Okay. So that would be 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 in favor, 3 against, 1 abstention, and 1 off the dais. So that motion passes. We're good? Yep. Okay. That was Fleetwood. Item number 4. We will go to item number 11A. This is coming from the Transportation and Land Use Committee. Do we have any staff for this item? All right, you guys.
Good evening.
Good evening. How are you today?
Doing well, thank
I
you.
should say. All right, thank you. Okay, we have a presentation, I'm assuming, right?
Yes.
Yes? All right, before we go to the presentation, Supervisor Turner, you want to make your comments, or you want to do it after the presentation?
I was actually going to see on a fly if everybody needs the presentation. The item is pretty straightforward.
Excuse me.
Does everybody need the presentation? Does anybody need the presentation? Okay. Presentation.
Our presentation, then we'll go to commentary after.
Okay. Excuse me. For the record, Randall Farron with the Department of Planning and Zoning. I am here this evening to report out on the Transportation and Land Use Committee's discussion of several 2019 general plan policies related to residential development in the suburban policy area. So this evening I will be reviewing several specific recommendations and the ultimate recommendation here is that several plan policy revisions be incorporated into a future comprehensive plan amendment. So the Loudon 2019 General Plan Suburban Policy Area Action 2.1I is a policy that enables limited areas designated as suburban mixed use or suburban neighborhood to possibly develop as the suburban compact neighborhood place type, subject to 7 specific development and locational criteria. This policy was originally intended to provide some flexibility in achieving the larger land use goals of the plan in the suburban policy area, and especially in areas where there are opportunities for infill. And the concept behind this is really introducing medium density residential development in areas with existing services and transit access, and also partially based on the concept of retail follows rooftops, which if you talk to our friends in the Department of Economic Development, is the trend towards more dwelling units being required to sustain the same square footage of commercial uses. The criteria of the SPA Action 2.1I are really fairly general, and I think we found in practice over the last few years since the plan was adopted that they are fairly open to interpretation. Last September, the board adopted the Unmet Housing Needs Strategic Plan, which includes a policy interpretation of these 7 criteria that are more specific, but I think we're still finding that some additional refinement may be warranted, and that was a major part of our discussion with the Transportation Land Use Committee. TLUC and staff discussed possible recommendations to amend these 7 criteria at the January, February, and April TLUC meetings. And TLUC and staff also reviewed and discussed amendments to related 2019 GP policies related to residential infill and redevelopment. And this item summarizes the TLUC and staff recommendations, which are one and the same in this item, to amend the relevant policies. So to get started, SPA Action 2.1I, the first criterion that application would have to meet to exercise this policy is, and the unmet housing needs strategic plan policy interpretation is that the proposal should include at least 15% unmet housing needs units for single-family units and or 10% unmet housing needs units for multifamily units. And also that there would be no multifamily exemption even if the plan development includes multifamily buildings over 4 stories. The TLUC and staff are not recommending any changes to this at this time, but I will note that the zoning ordinance rewrite draft that is currently being reviewed does include this 15% and 10% as a requirement for the ADUs. We don't know exactly where that's going to end up after the Planning Commission and board have an opportunity to review this, but staff's recommendation at this time is that if those 15% and 10% percentages stand, that we would increase these percentages commensurate with that to make sure that this policy is requiring a meaningful contribution to the county's affordable housing needs. The second criterion of this action under the unmet housing needs strategic plan interpretation requires that the site be located within a half mile of a mixed-use development or half mile of a 2019 CTP transit corridor. TLUC and staff agreed to recommend that this criterion be deleted, and that is because satisfaction of criteria at 3 and 4 ensure that the intent of criterion 2 is also being met, because those 2 criteria also speak to transit and proximity to mixed-use areas. So found that this is largely redundant, and that will probably make more sense as we review the next 2 criteria. Criterion 3 requires that transit options defined as either metro stations or bus lines be available within a quarter-mile radius. TLUC and staff recommended that this be refined to specify that transit options be safely and conveniently accessible within a quarter-mile pedestrian travel distance. And that is to get around the interpretation of a quarter mile being as the crow flies, because we know that a quarter mile might mean that an area is divided by a river or a creek or a large highway, which might otherwise defeat the purpose of this criterion. And this criterion, the TLUC and staff recommendation would also specify that it should be within a quarter mile of either an existing or planned transit stop or include a specific commitment for a transit stop. And then finally, TLUC and staff are recommending that all access ways between the transit stop and the development comply with our existing FSM lighting standards. That's one thing that we discovered in our discussion with the TLUC, is that FSM lighting standards don't necessarily apply between developments, so we'd be looking for a way to make sure that folks have a safe and convenient way to travel between their residence and their local transit stop, even at night. Criterion 4, this criterion requires that the development site be within a half mile of employment options and a complementary mix of uses. There's a robust discussion about this at multiple TLUC meetings, and ultimately the committee and staff are recommending that the half mile be pedestrian travel distance, as with the recommendation with criterion 3, and require the same FSM lighting standards. We're also recommending that the reference to employment options be deleted. And this is primarily because we had great difficulty defining what employment options means. And, you know, it is fair to assume that if you're adjacent to or close to a mixed-use area or close to a commercial area, that there will be some employment options there. And then finally, to make sure that the right, you know, that these developments are being served by the right types of services, or the types of services that you would expect residents to require on a daily basis. Further recommending that this policy be refined to specify that the complementary mix of uses should include a grocery store and a pharmacy, and may include other neighborhood serving uses. Criterion 5 requires that the development site be within a half mile of public facilities defined as schools, libraries, community centers, and/or open space with capacity to serve the proposed development. I think we have found in practice that this is very difficult to fulfill, mostly because of the distribution of our public facilities relative to the areas that are suburban mixed use on the place type map. So the committee and staff are recommending that there are some additional options for fulfilling this criterion to provide some flexibility, such as demonstrating convenient access to certain services via public transit, dedicating or providing space for public uses on the site. And then staff is further recommending that as part of a larger CPAM, that accessibility of public facilities to areas designated suburban mixed use in the 2019 general plan be subject to additional analysis to see if there are more ways that we can bridge the gap between new residential development and our public facilities. Criterion 6, this is the criterion that requires that the development proposal conform to the transition techniques laid out in the place type standards. And to kind of put this simply, this is where, you know, kind of the development meets existing development that may be of a lower density, and this enables staff to recommend, for example, that the heights of buildings step down, or that the intensity of the development is decreased as it approaches other existing lower intensity neighborhoods. And the committee and staff did not recommend any changes to criterion 6. And then finally, criterion 7, the unmet housing needs strategic plan policy language specifies that the proposal should demonstrate innovation in design and include techniques that result in a perceived density that complements the scale of the surrounding built environment. Innovation in design is not defined anywhere in the plan, so the committee and staff collaborated to come up with this concept of replacing innovation and design with the concept of quality development, which is the subject of an entire section in Chapter 2 of the plan, but also recommending what elements and design techniques might constitute the type of quality development we would expect to see in these suburban compact neighborhoods, including, for example, missing middle housing units, specific design features or amenities such as universal design features or other accessibility improvements, sustainable site design, et cetera. So in our review of this policy, we also discussed a related policy in the plan, which is Chapter 2, Quality Development Action 7.1H. And this is a policy that basically says that within the suburban policy area, that projects that are less than 20 acres in size aren't held strictly to the place type use mix if the overall effect of the development proposal is to move an area within a half mile closer to the preferred use mix for the place type. So for example, if it's an area that's planned for mixed use, but all of the existing development is commercial, then it may be appropriate to propose a 100% residential neighborhood to get closer to the mixed use mix that's expected in those areas. But the issue that we have run into with this policy is that we have seen projects come in on sites that are up to 19.x acres that are 100% residential, that are very similar to our suburban compact neighborhood proposals, but they aren't held to the same locational criteria, they aren't held to the same development standards. So for example, we don't have as much policy backing in the plan to ask for additional affordable dwelling units or things like that. So the committee and staff recommendation is to revise this policy to state that projects that are greater than 5 acres, so that would be projects between 5 and 20 acres with a residential component that exceeds 90%, will be evaluated according to the 7 criteria. So this is kind of attempting to square the difference between these two policies that had similar intents but are resulting in maybe conflicting outcomes at times. Similar to this, our SPA Action 2.1I, which is the action that includes the 7 criteria, doesn't include a maximum acreage. So although the plan language specifies that it's applicable to limited areas, it does not specify a maximum acreage. And we have seen development proposals that have come in that are on very large pieces of property, but the ambiguity of this policy is basically giving, I think, lending some credence to the argument that there's no limit to the size of these suburban compact neighborhood development proposals. But there is policy context in the plan that suggests that this is really intended to be an infill strategy, much like QD Action 7.1H. So again, to kind of square the difference between these two, the committee and staff recommendation on this policy is to amend SPA Action 2.1I to specify a maximum area of 20 acres. So essentially, sites between 5 and 20 acres that wish to develop as 100% residential in areas where that's not anticipated would, under these policy changes, be treated the same and all be subject to the 7 criteria of the SPA Action 2.1I. And then another issue that came up in our discussion, looking at the history of our review of these SPA Action 2.1I development proposals, requests invoking this policy routinely include building heights of up to 5 stories, which exceeds the suburban compact neighborhood limit of 4 stories. I think that, practically speaking, it doesn't necessarily make sense to limit these buildings to 4 stories when they're surrounded by other 5-story buildings. And ultimately, the recommendation that came out of the committee was that we would change the maximum building height of projects invoking SPA Action 2.1I to 5 stories where those proposals are within the suburban mixed-use place type. So that would align the building heights with the existing place type building heights. But I think the other important thing to mention here is that our criterion 6, which speaks to the transition techniques, would still apply. So we wouldn't expect to see necessarily 5-story buildings right on the edge of a suburban mixed-use development, especially if it's abutting a suburban neighborhood of single-family units. In that case, we would still expect that the development proposal includes a step-down decrease in intensity as it approaches less intense uses. So overall, that summarizes the policies that were included in the TLUX recommendation for SPA Action 2.1I and some related policies. The overall recommendation here is that the board endorse these policy revisions and direct staff to incorporate the recommended changes into a future comprehensive plan amendment. And that was 14 slides to summarize 3 kind of very in-depth meetings that got into some fairly heady plan policy topics. So certainly understand if you all have additional questions, but that's summarizes that.
Thank you very much.
Yep.
Mr. Vice Chair, do I have the temporary chair here for this item?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Questions for staff? Supervisor Umstattd.
Thank you. One of the challenges in trying to evaluate the merits of this that I noticed during the TLUC discussion and then again tonight is because there is no map as part of the staff presentation, it's very difficult to figure out what areas are going to be impacted. So I feel that we're flying a little bit blind, but I have a couple of questions. One of them is anything we are proposing to pass tonight to start this CPAM going to potentially restrict commercial development in the suburban policy area?
No, and in fact, I think that part of the impetus behind this discussion when Supervisor Turner first asked us to bring an item to TLUC last September was this concern that we're seeing a lot of these mixed-use areas develop as 100% residential, and we don't have necessarily the policy support to push back against that. So this is kind of helping to put some parameters in place to give us more kind of policy leverage to say, okay, this is appropriate here, but it may not be appropriate here, because if we keep losing 20, 30, 60 acre plots of land to 100% residential projects, then our mixed use areas are not going to have much land left over for the commercial component, which is also a very substantial component of the suburban mixed use place type.
And thank you. That's a bit of a relief. The other question I have is we're increasing the height cap from, I guess, 4 stories to 5. Is that high enough? Do you believe that going above 5 would just be too obnoxious to townhouse neighbors or single family detached neighbors? Why 5?
So thinking back to when we were developing the plan, we did set a cap in the suburban mixed use areas of 5 stories. And I think that a big part of the reasoning behind that was that we didn't want to cannibalize the urban policy areas and kind of direct more intense development in areas that when we're trying to focus the most intense development in the county adjacent to our metro rail stops. Whether or not 5 is appropriate, I think, is an open question for the board to consider as part of this conversation. We do know that in areas that are planned suburban mixed use, we have buildings that exceed 5 stories. We have 5, 6, 7, 7-story buildings in some of these mixed use developments. So I don't know what the right number is, but that's certainly something that we can discuss as we get into the details of this CPAM.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Supervisor Brisbane.
Thank you. Just an overall question, because I was a little bit confused. I know that these 7 points for having, or 7 criteria for having a compact neighborhood, we had some difficulty with those, so I appreciate tightening these up and making them more clear. But I was really confused because then we talk about each one as the unmet housing needs strategic plan policy language. So did the unmet housing needs strategic plan have different policy language from the original criteria?
Yes. So when the unmet housing needs strategic plan was being developed, we had already identified this as a policy that I think needed some tightening up. And so the unmet housing needs strategic plan includes a policy interpretation of each of these 7 criteria that is even more specific than what's in the general plan.
Okay.
But even that, I think we have found is lacking, and as we try to evaluate the proposals that are invoking this policy.
Okay, so they've evolved not once but twice now.
Right.
Basically. Okay. On criterion 3, there's a recommendation that the criterion may be satisfied in the following ways, and you list 3 ways. And it just has to be one of those ways, not all 3, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. The only thing that caught my eye on this one was a transit stop is planned or programmed within a quarter mile of the project site. I'm wondering if we shouldn't put a time frame on that, because they could say, oh, it's planned or programmed, but it's not going to be done for 8 years. So I'm wondering if it might make sense to put some sort of time frame in there so that if they're relying on number 2, that kind of like the phasing for the schools that we just talked about, if they're relying on number 2 as their criterion, then let's make sure that is happening in conjunction with or before the housing goes in there. And I don't know how we go about doing that, but that's like the only, that's like the one change or one thing that I would want to see in there. I absolutely support the language in number 4 that has to be changing it to being services and stores and retail, and saying it has to be a grocery store and it has to be like a pharmacy. What I fear sometimes with this language is that they put in a coffee shop and they're done, right? And it's like, that's not really what we mean by retail. So I do appreciate that. And I super appreciate not just relying on those concentric circles, because the developers show that to us all the time. They've done it to me so many times on projects in my area, and I'm like, yeah, but they can't just walk through that circle. Anyway, I had one more comment, but maybe when we make a motion. Thank you.
Thank you. And we're open for amendments when we make the motion. If you want to amend some of the language, it'll get tedious, but if you want to do it, you can certainly do that. Supervisor Letourneau.
Thank you. Can I get at the criteria 6? Well, actually, criteria related to infill, which is, I guess, the transition language. Yeah, 6. Proposal conforms to transitional techniques and guidelines of the original designated place type. I've been kind of confused about how we've been handling some of these infill projects in general in terms of density, and whether density itself is a transitional technique. Because when I've suggested that, I've gotten like nothing from staff, even though I thought that was kind of where we were going with some of this language. So do you have any thoughts on that?
Sure. And I think that, density is certainly part of this. And, I think part of the idea. So one example would be we reviewed the Belmont Executive Plaza application last year. And that, I think, had a 4+ story 2-over-2s right up against single family detached that were on larger lots. And so we did work with them to make sure that the units that were abutting those larger single family detached developments were, I think, a maximum of 3 stories or something like that. So
but we wouldn't ever say you need to do single family detached for this first row here abutting the other single family detached, and then you can go to a higher density?
No, I mean, I don't think we would be that prescriptive, but certainly that could come up in a discussion if if it makes more sense from looking at the existing development patterns.
And when we talk about infill in general, are we talking about a project in which all of the contiguous parcels are fully developed, or are we talking about a project where some are, but it's adjacent also to undeveloped parcels? Because I've seen us call some infill development, and then there's a parcel next door that's not developed.
So historically,
find that.
Yes, historically it would be mostly surrounded by developed parcels. I think by virtue of just being a certain size, it's hard to say that a site qualifies as infill if it's surrounded by undeveloped parcels.
And yet, I can think of one recent application where staff was very clearly calling it infill, but it was next to an undeveloped parcel immediately adjacent. So I think we need to probably define that, especially in this place type. But this is good. This is interesting. I agree with some of these changes. Oh, one last thing real quick. We have this language in here about street lights, street lighting standards of the FSM within 0.25 miles for pedestrian. But we don't do street lights, and VDOT doesn't like to do street lights. So what are we saying here?
So I think what we would be saying is that we'd be looking for a commitment on the part of the applicant to help provide that lighting between the site and the areas that they're looking to access. But that was a gap in the street lighting standards that I wasn't aware of until we started talking about this at TLUC.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, I think I'm going to go to a motion. We can make our comments inside the motion. I move the Board of Supervisors endorse revisions to Suburban Policy Area Action 2.1.I, Quality Development Action 7.1.H, and the design characteristics of the suburban compact neighborhood place type of the Loudon County 2019 General Plan as outlined in the June 7, 2022 Board of Supervisors Business Meeting Action Item. I further move that the Board of Supervisors direct staff to prepare a project plan to incorporate the recommended revisions into a future comprehensive plan amendment.
Second.
Was that Supervisor Kirshner? Thank you. Opening comments, I just want to briefly talk about the timeline for the 0.25 and also about infill. I absolutely get where you're coming from, that we ought to constrain it by time and saying this just can't be open-ended. I think if we constrain it by time in the way we write these 7 criteria, we may unnecessarily restrict ourselves and actually create too tight a box around that. I think we'll be able to evaluate and we'll ask those questions by each individual application to see whether, and staff will do the same thing, do you satisfy this one of the 7 criteria because there's a transit stop that's going to go here in 10 years? Staff, I'm thinking, probably would say this doesn't satisfy that criteria. We would certainly get a chance to weigh in before it came to us as whether or not they met that criteria. Whereas if we say it has to be within 2 years, we might have a phased project that's not going to really ramp up and phase in for 3 years, but then it's going to have a transit stop right there, and we would constrain ourselves out by setting a timeline. But that's just my thought. It's fair. Feel free to make the amendment if you want to make the amendment. As far as infill, I think the language that we're proposing to change actually gets away from the entire term infill by establishing the acreage requirements, the minimum maximum acreage requirements. I don't think, and staff, can you correct me, do we do away with the term infill by having these criteria?
We don't do away with the term infill. There was one thing that didn't make it into my slides was I believe it was your request, Supervisor Turner, to change the infill definition to a maximum of 20 acres to align these two policies with the infill definition.
Okay.
But the definition of infill would not necessarily come into play when it comes to how we would interpret SPA Action 2.1I, because it is not specifically called out as an infill policy in the plan.
Then I'm not sure it does address your concern, Supervisor Cerno, but I think this was really good work by staff and really good work by TLUC to tighten up these criteria, because I think they were being loosely interpreted by the development community. I do have one question. So now if we pass this, we're now going to have a passed motion by the board to execute the CPAM. We're going to have established language that was approved by the board for the unmet housing needs strategic plan, and we're going to have existing ordinance standards. How does the development community know which one of those is going to take priority?
So I think that for the time being, we would continue using the unmet housing needs strategic plan policy interpretation, because that was actually adopted and endorsed by the board back in September of 2021. So until the CPAM itself is adopted, we wouldn't treat that as adopted policy, although we would
you could use this language for your interpretation of the unmet housing needs strategic plan.
We can certainly use it in our review of applications to let applicants know that the CPAM is making its way through, But if something was, for example, fulfilling the unmet housing needs strategic plan policy, but wasn't fulfilling this CPAM language that has not yet been adopted, I don't know that we would necessarily be able to carry that forward as an outstanding issue, for example. Okay. So we can certainly use it as important information for the applicants to consider, but I don't know that we would treat it as we wouldn't treat it as policy until the CPAM is adopted.
Okay. Other comments? Supervisor Glass?
Thank you, Supervisor Turner. I just want to thank staff and Supervisor Turner for all of their work leading and working through this effort. I think these changes will help better analyze and plan for rezonings that want to utilize the suburban compact neighborhood criteria, and I'll be happy to support this motion.
Thank you. Other comments? Seeing none, I have no closing
Wait,
comments.
I got my light on.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't even see it.
I swear you look straight down here.
It got lost in Tony's bright shirt. I apologize.
Oh, yeah, right.
Supervisor Briskman.
Thank you. So the other couple things I was going to say was I definitely support the language that the public facilities can be a school. And then the other, I have two questions for staff, if that's okay. Did you say that some infill can not have to adhere to all 7 criteria? Did I hear you say that?
Yes, there is. If a project is invoking, I don't remember the policy, QD Action 1H, then they would not necessarily, and the site is less than 20 acres, then they would not necessarily be held to the 7 criteria.
Well,
so
what's QD1H?
that's the policy that basically says if the development is helping the area within a half mile better achieve the intent of the place type, then they don't have to meet the use mix of the underlying place type. So the example that I gave is if it's planned for mixed use, but it's a 10-acre site that's surrounded by commercial development, then it may be appropriate to put 100% residential development there. But projects that are using that policy would not be held to SPA Action 2.1I to those 7 criteria. So these changes would square those differences and make sure that sites that are between 5 and 20 acres would be subject to the 7 criteria.
That projects between 5 and 20 would be subject to them?
That's the recommendation, and that we amend the policies to ensure that those projects would be subject to those. They are not currently subject to those 7 criteria.
Wait, but you just told me that if they're going under QD something, they don't have to be subject to the 7 criteria.
Right, they currently do not, but the amendments that TLUC and staff are recommending would require them to be subject to those criteria.
Okay. I'm thinking of some specific projects in my district, so that's why I'm really trying to drill down on that. And then, per Supervisor Turner's comments, would staff in fact take into consideration when it's something that's planned or programmed, do you take into consideration the timing of it? And would you say to us they can't rely on number 2 because it's 8 years out from when the project is finished? Does staff generally look at that?
Yes, and I can think of
Okay.
one specific project where staff didn't support it because we couldn't say for certain whether the transit service would be provided in a reasonable amount of time. So,
Okay. Okay.
these are things that can be solved through, phasing proffers. We could say that this needs to be provided before you exceed a certain number of dwelling units or something like that. But certainly if it was not going to be available to the residents within a reasonable amount of time, that's something that we would raise to the board as a consideration.
Okay, with that, I'll just leave it with no amendment. Thank you.
Just final comments, my closing comments, just to clarify. But if an infill project was less than 5 acres, it would not be subject to the 7 criteria.
Correct.
Okay. Yeah, just a fine point. Yeah. All right. I have no close. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? That motion will pass 801. 8001.
801.
And I hand the chair back to you, Mr. Vice.
All right, thank you. And I believe that is all that's on your agenda. What? You have disclosures?
I do. Crap.
Go ahead, Ms. Brixman. Oh, she doesn't know where they are. Oh, no.
Oh my God. Just start packing up. Hang on a second.
There, we'll give you 2 minutes and 13 seconds. You got the clock there counting you down.
Oh my God. I got him here somewhere, I swear. Maybe not. I know. I try to be efficient. Next meeting, so
All right, we'll do it next business meeting. Sounds good. All right, I believe all of our business for
least I'm on
today
record
is
saying
done.
I had some.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you, staff in Loudon County. Have a good night. Meeting adjourned.